let's see, submit. This is gonna be a weird era. It also makes life easier on me because I won't be so like rushed. Like I gotta get the content out. This is it. This is where we gotta flex. Hello, Anthony. It's good to see you. Yeah. So we're gonna let's see. Oh, just a chapter or two. It's not gonna be complete. I've been saying, I'm like, hey, if you guys gotta take a break, do it. Don't burn yourself into the ground.
Yeah.
We'll be okay. Well, I will overwhelm. Let me take a breather. We have plans and new things to show you later in 2023. But we want to... Is this? Are they gonna announce a BCB animated series?
Oh no.
What would you do if they did that?
Nothing.
Don't want to post another BCI alternate reality as a filler for the site, especially when this one feels so perfectly suited for one day a week. To us to be thoughtful about those things instead of what is the news? I'm gonna be so upset if they do an animated series. It's gonna be different. It's gonna be for different reasons. I'm gonna be like, hey man, we can do that. We can do it better. How are you?
I'm alright.
Well,
Same as always.
the good news today is that originally I was going to have a Shrek marathon with a coworker, but they flaked out on me expectedly. So now we don't have to like rush or be like, oh damn, we can't finish it. Which is good because I'm still eating lunch. I went out to the store. I didn't even bring water in here, man. So yeah, they said this is gonna be a good one. I think it's gonna be a good one. I'm really excited. This chapter, anyway.
I'm sure. Heard something.
They consider making it was brought up a while back. They consider making a volume 4 to 6 omnibus, and we're sampling new unspecified merch. Oh, okay, that explains a lot. Well, new merch is always good because I can't buy any of it. But I have an idea. You know that thing? What if I start posting it as a real schedule? I mean, when I finished it. I mean, yeah, you can do that. There's gonna be a lot of work though. Well, we are here to finish what we started so many months ago. And the best part about this is that I do feel like this, starting with track meet, is a new era of BCB. It's a good era. It's the era of the track boys. And I think Amazil's gonna fall in love with them. He's gonna fall in love with the comic all over again. He's gonna be like, this was worth the wait. Yeah, I said yes to you. I'm also happy to announce that we are in the neck deep. Okay, maybe not neck deep. We're more ankle deep into the next dub. And we have most of the voice cast. I feel like we can double up for some of them. the last major characters we need are Catherine, Janet, Abby, Kirby, and the other ones are just like they have like one or two lines. So there you go. Hmm. Look how fluffy Mike's. You guys can't even see it. I'm not even sharing my screen. I was about to be like,
Whoa.
look how fluffy Mike's chest is in this on this page.
Uh,
Get out of here, Sue.
looks like he has boobs almost.
His boobs. Trans female Mike.
No.
He do kind of got them hips though. I ain't gonna lie. Look at it. He's got little cheekers too. Oh my god. he got a butt. Yo, they made Mike thick. Yo, what's going on? That's a good mic though. That might be a new profile picture, but I love Tess too much to do that. I can't do that to Tess. But this new chapter is called Date Night. So it's an actual date. Well, maybe it'll work out. It's like Teshi is laughing at us like, hey, maybe it'll work out this time. But it probably won't. Also, just an FYI, if Teshi or Suitcase is watching, the image for Date Night has not appeared. On that.
Yeah, the site is, I think it's experiencing some issues right now.
Yeah, they haven't. The Patreon comments haven't been being posted, but it's not that big of a deal. You can go to the Patreon and see all that stuff. Hmm. Damn, I gotta fucking work Friday. Couldn't they have it tomorrow? When I'm off of work? Oh, wait. I don't have to go to work till 8 p.m. I'm gonna be able to watch the whole live stream. Hell yeah. I love that for me. Hmm. Well, I found a. I always knew it was down there, but there was this other office chair, and I finally brought it up here because of that Shrek marathon. I really like this chair. I'm keeping it up here. The other one's fine, but like this one, it supports my back. This is like a I sit at my computer all day kind of chair. You know what I'm saying? Hmm.
Kind of.
We're almost ready to go. Also, almost done editing the Will, Mike, and Lucy video. Will, Mike, and Lucy work video. It's almost done editing. I'm really close to the end. I'm finally doing, because remember, back when I did the 50 subscriber special, I was like, hey, someone asked me that question, will it work, and what needs to happen to make it work? And I was like, I need to make a longer video on that, and then I never did, but now I'm finally doing it. Admittedly, more recent chapters have made it more difficult to have Mike and Lucy work than at the time that question was asked, so I've had to do a lot of rewriting to my quote-unquote ending of BCB. Makes less sense now, but you know, since when has this comic ever made any sense? Look, even James has the daisy arms, by the way. He's doing the anime. He's very anime. This is a very anime page.
Indeed.
He's like, we agreed to come earlier, but not this earlier. That's a good James voice, actually. I might use that. Let's see. So we got 3 chapters and 3 intermissions. Thankfully, Another Flame is still on here. Still part of the group. Even if it isn't canon. Which it should be. Maybe Teshi will announce the Candyverse. She's gonna say all fan works are canon in the Candyverse, but not to the main comic. Except for all the stuff Rob did. All the stuff I did, it's not canon.
That is totally gonna happen.
You doing all right?
I have nothing but pure faith in that.
Imbecile, you doing all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You sound extra disappointed this morning.
I don't know, it's morning. Anything. I will say, since you mentioned that they will be going to one page a week, I want you all to remember what I told you about those splash pages. Remember them. Remember those words when you cry.
It's not.
Because
Hey,
I warned you.
look, it's gonna be
I
fine.
fucking warned you.
Oh, hey guys, hey everyone. I didn't even see people typing. Let's see. Trans girl Mike Cannon. Yes, right now it's canon right now. He did have the gamer girl chapter. But yes, it's having some tech difficulties. Sorry, I didn't see your comments. I'm, I was still eating, but we're here now, and we're going to get started with track meet. We're gonna see the Fluffy Boys, and I'm excited about that. And we're also gonna be seeing some Sad Lucy and watching the whole chapter get derailed with Gabe, Paulo, and Daisy stuff. So that was a good time. I liked it when that happened because I didn't get to see the whole point of the chapter happen. That was my favorite. Anyway, you guys ready to get started? You ready to get started? You on the page? Why is the thing not updated? Okay, there it is. All right. Let me turn down the fan. I don't know what's getting the thing that's distracting. Okay. Oh. Is that true? Like hidden underneath?
Yes, and for the longest time we thought it was just an old door, but inside was this whole dusty room.
Yo, Sandy gonna get eaten by the other mother. Is she gonna get eaten by the other mother, dude? Uh, I, that was this is a good reference. Come on, that was a good one. Wow, that's the coolest thing to find inside a basement.
So I was thinking about storing some of my summer clothes in there, but my father said it could be too dangerous to really go inside. But I
But
said, I said, if we get it checked if we get it checked out, install some shelves.
buy a couch.
No way.
Why not? It could be like a hideaway.
Maybe it was.
Well, it's yours now.
So how's college prep going?
So boring, but I'm getting there.
Bet you got a lot more done than me. Can't believe she won't. I can't believe she won't just let me drop out. Like you're the one that making me go to all these. Like you're the one that making me go to all these shows. I already said I'm not going to college.
Is it any coincidence that Sandy starts being a dumb ditzy when Lucy shows up?
No, uh, this goes back to something that I noticed in like I don't know if we actually I think maybe the dialogue got changed, but I swear to God, there was a fucking bit. I think Tess or someone mentioned it about like they were like ragging on someone or like some like randos, and they were like, oh, they're probably going to go to like a community college in a derogatory sense, and it's like that's not a bad thing. I think that there's some. I want to say there is like some collegiate snootery that goes on in the writing. I don't know who's responsible or why, but it's certainly there, which is very unwarranted. Like, oh, look, Sandy's so dumb. She's not going to college. Oh. She's choosing to drop out of school.
She's
Oh,
gonna drop
wow.
out of high school. Would your Sandy do that? Would she just run away from everything?
And for the sake of living with Mike, yes. But no. Sadly, people know better.
Mike seems kind of tinted purple on these pages. Just me. Anyway, go ahead.
What? If you have anybody who's supposed to be,
Yeah, that's funny. Oh no, Mike is sad. Lucy's shaking. He's shaking. They're so similar. They're like the same person. How sad Lucy is. When this, I remember when this page came out. People said that isn't that the side she landed on? Is she like having tremors because her body's broken? But I was like, well, I don't know.
No, we're not that deep.
Oh, good. I'm not the only one that saw Purple Mike. Thank God. I thought I was going crazy. He's gray now. Actually, he's kind of blue. Doo. Oh, this is my favorite. Wait. Was this? No. This is my favorite page because where's the apple? Mike gets bonked on the head. There's no apple, and then there's an apple on the next one.
Actually, also, if I'm looking, yeah, the chocolate milk switches sides. It's that it was mirrored.
He bonked it so hard that he materialized an apple and moved the chocolate milk. Mental.
No, what probably happened was that it was mirrored. So the fucking or the orientation was mirrored. Maybe in that panel specifically,
That's weird.
because it's all on the wrong side.
I made a little video about it though. It was funny.
Eh.
Hey!
Rise and shine, sweetheart. Not eating again today?
Oh, I wasn't planning to. I'm not very hungry.
Bonk.
Good.
Also, ooh woo.
Yeah, ooh, there's a lot of ooh faces in these chapters, dude. You just wait. You just wait.
I didn't want it. I got the fastball.
Ow, Paulo.
Skipping too many meals. Eat your apple.
Oh, you have it. Just don't feel like having lunch, all right?
Like an apple's even lunch. Your supermodel girlfriend hasn't been teaching you how to. Your model girlfriend hasn't been teaching you how to starve yourself, has she?
Oh, anorexia. That's fun. What? No, Sandy's not like that. I'm just sad.
Yay! Ooh, don't you get it? This is a commentary on depression and how you don't take care of yourself when you're depressed. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I hyper focus on making bittersweet candy bowl videos when I'm depressed, and I've been doing that for a year and a half. So, we get to see Amaya though. I think that's a W.
Why are you sad?
Oh, you know, because I'm terrible. I'm glad we're in agreement.
Hey, wait, I'm joking.
I fucking love Sue so much, dude. You don't have to pretend to be nice. It was awful to you. I still think about how badly I snapped when you were only trying to help me, and I'm really, really sorry, Sue.
You're sad because you yelled at Sue? I'm sad I don't yell at your. I'm sad I don't yell at her more. Oh, you want to pick another fight, Paolo?
What I said to Sue was uncalled for, just as much as when I hurt you at this table. I shouldn't be like that to my friends, especially not to you, Paulo.
Ugh. Stupid. Fuck.
What? What's wrong? You don't like
Well,
Paulo X Mike?
I don't like the. Oh, I, don't say it like that. It wasn't that big of a deal, idiot. Oh, now fucking Paolo's Lucy. Paolo is tsundere, and I fucking hate it.
Tsundere.
Stop it.
Listen, this comic has become increasingly more furry as it's gone along.
And I just want to point out also, like, why is Sue here? Like,
She sits at their
wasn't
table.
she? Yeah, except that, every other chapter, like, one, we haven't really seen Sue at the table that often. Whenever we've seen Sue, like, yeah, the only time I've seen remember Sue at the table was for not fair game, but the the Stacy chapter, and that was with Abby and them as a group because of the clan thing. But every other situation, like everything, a lot of other chapters before this were all pretty much just establishing and setting up that Sue is with Lucy. Sue is on Team Lucy this whole time. She's not letting her go. She's being the defensive
Well,
guardian
no,
angel.
because
And
she even said to just let Lucy go and not force her to sit at the table, so.
what?
Remember when Lucy, the first day Lucy came back and Paula was trying to force her to sit at the table with them and Sue was just like, let her go?
Yes, but like when the hell has Sue actually been at the table though? Like that, this is a problem of. It's like when I pointed out that in some of the chapters, like there's characters that the table is awfully empty when there should be more people there. Like when Paolo was talking with Daisy during fair game, or not fair game, fucking timeouts,
Alright.
and
I just went back to chapter 21, Inter High School, and Sue sits at their table there, so she's been sitting
no,
with them.
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the new stuff. I'm talking about the modern chap after Lucy came back.
Uh.
You're not listening.
Oh no, we've been DDoS! They canceled us! BCP is canceled! Did it finally happen? Am I banned from the website? No!
Ouch.
Okay. Alright, we're back.
Well,
I was like, uh oh. Suitcase found me. I don't know how, but he found me. In popularity contest, she's sitting with them.
it, like I said, that is the one because it's a clan thing.
Let's
But
see.
for like actual regular lunchtime, like when?
Love again.
That's because, and we saw that was the one that you just said,
I said
and
love
that
again,
could
and
be
then,
Lucy's because they've always been, but now that Lucy's back, she's spending more time trying to be with her.
yeah, but she also realizes that Lucy wants her alone time. Look, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
I'm
This is not a Sue chapter. This is a
I'm
Daisy and
just saying,
Paulo chapter.
no, I get that, but it just feels it feels blatant with how it's blatant mistreatment of characters is what I'm saying.
Where should Sue
Like
sit?
like
Outside
Sue
with
just comes
Augustus
in
and
and
Lucy?
obviously no, but I'm talking about like it seemed like the whole time like Sue had been being pushed away from Mike. That was the point. Oh, I can't be with you if you're. I
Oh,
can't have you treat me this way. Blah blah blah.
well,
Fucking all this stuff.
things clearly
And
change. Is she
but
gonna just
how
stop
did
being
it?
friends with everyone else just cause Mike?
No, look, no. What I'm trying to say is that this feels like it's a mistreatment of its character. It's blatantly putting this character in because we want to just have someone there, or because we want to make the point. But but it feels like this is where there may have been maybe some like little bit of lip service to have her there or have someone else because everyone else is as busy. I don't
I
know.
don't know. I don't fully understand, but I guess I don't know. From my perspective, she's always sat at the table, and her one quabble with Mike that one time was probably just like a blip. Look, if
Surely.
you're frustrated by characters not following the characters' things that the characters say, you're going to rip your own eyeballs out when we reach the next fucking chapter. So just keep that in mind. Because I did. I was so mad. I made a whole video. I made two freaking videos about it. Anyway. You don't have to pretend to be nice. I was awful to you. Oh wait, no, I already read that. Oh, he's yelling at Sue.
No, it's what? Okay. Ugh, it wasn't that big a deal. We already made up. I'm not a baby. Ew, on an apology tour. Can I have one too?
For what?
You know what you did. I kind of don't.
No, the joke is that it's just a random dumb thing to say.
Yeah.
We love Dave. We love David. David, my beloved, useful character who does useful things and doesn't just say nonsense.
I mean, maybe you need a hobby. Oh, geez, that sounded so rude. I just mean, like, look at me. I've got so many extracurricular
What are
activities
you
I
talking
promote.
about? But when?
Yeah.
What extracurricular activities?
Just
What?
cheerleading and studying, I
Oh,
guess.
most people study.
Mm. Yeah. She has overtaken Jasmine's person traits now. Because Jasmine's no longer here. She has outlived her purpose.
Oh. Dude, Daisy seriously told Mike to go touch some grass.
Have you considered joining the environmental club with Abby and Jazzy?
Oh, that sounds nice actually.
Why are you sad? You're still talking with Sandy, right? Is she falling off the wagon already?
Damn it, caps lock is on.
That's not the line.
Yeah, I know. Damn it, my caps lock was on. No. No, she's texting me every day. I can show you. She's been wonderful. That's why I need to not be sad anymore. Alright, what was the voice I gave to James? He's like, have you considered track? Have you considered. Ah. Hey, have you considered track? No, that's not a James voice. Have you considered track? Ooh. Can I help you? Sorry, I just overheard that you might be looking to broaden your horizons. So I thought of suggesting an after-school activity you might just be incredible at. What do you mean? Oh, I just happen to have noticed your athletic ability just casually, watching you from afar.
Dude, is he
Dude.
joining or what?
Yeah, that's the Super Saiyan cat.
Hey, wait a minute. James?
What? Paulo?
Hey!
Hey! You know this kid, Paulo?
Dude, he's the same grade, I'm pretty sure. You can't call him kid. He works with me a bit. He works with me at the Burgertron. Thought you went to private school. What gives?
Oh, I transferred in September.
And you've been avoiding me this whole time?
We don't share any classes.
Oh, right. You're just a sophomore. Do you know Mike exists?
I admit I have been a little obsessed. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so he went to a private school. That's why everyone was like, "Oh, is he gonna know Lucy?" But he doesn't. So, kind of a missed opportunity there. Would have been cool, but um,
No, no,
Also, he
no.
just magically has like not even seen Paulo this whole year despite watching Mike. And he's never seen Paulo and Mike hanging out together the whole time. Okay. Like they know they sit at this table. Why didn't he just say hello? And since when do sophomores and juniors eat with each other? Look,
Total animosity.
look. I'm just saying. As great as the track team is, it's very clear that they were just kind of made up like a day before the chapter was written. Because it's just like there's all these contrivances like why did they see this and what happened with this and but they're so great that you forgive it. It's like okay, it's a means to an end, it's fine, it's not that big of a deal. I love the track team, but I don't know, I feel like their introduction could have been a little bit smoother, even though James is technically in Eternal Flame at the very end, so I don't know if that was like intentional, like she knew back when she wrote that she was going to introduce James, or if it was just happened to be randomly lucky that she decided to draw James there.
No, I'm pretty sure she just made the design and it's like, oh, it's a cute design. I need to do something. I want to do something with her.
But
Then,
also,
or maybe it's, or probably just fan input. You're like, I like this character design. And if they did this, that, and the other, I'm like, I like this. Yoink.
but also, if she had planned James being out in Eternal Flame, there's a little kind of a plot hole that comes up later on in Link play where you're like, well, how come James didn't recognize Lucy either? Look, anyway, we're gonna be here all day talking about Fox. Let's go. Uh, the whole track team talks a lot about you, Mike. They do.
Don't
Don't
tell
tell
him
them
that.
that.
Oh
Oh,
my god, the Snout Dog actually has two eyes. My god. I think that's the
oh.
only time that he ever has.
You guys see, it's Felix. Oh my God, it's Felix. Suitcase is watching me. I hope so. Hey, Suitcase. I like your
It's not
comment.
a real character. That's just a Snout Dog. A poorly, poorly drawn Snout Dog.
That's a Borzoi. Get it right. I hope so, because my meme video upcoming is not going to make a whole lot of sense if he isn't. Look, it's Fen and Felix, everyone's favorite track team couple.
Yeah.
And I can see why. You're so freaking fast! So, I thought, I'm new to the track team. I'm a go-getter. Why don't I just go up and ask you? Do what the others were too shy to try themselves. And first step was to stalk me for 4 months? Mm-hmm. To stalk you for 4 months. So, you in? And I guess that's how I became a jock. Okay, you're hardly a jock. Wait, one day on a track team?
I
Uh,
feel like they didn't.
Track is the nerds of the jock world.
That's such a non sequitur line, though. Like, who is he saying that to? What
Nobody.
is he? Is he like what? What is this line? From a writer's perspective, I can tell. Like she came up with this splash page. And was like, okay, what is he saying? What is he thinking? And this was the best she could come up with.
But who's he? Is it? But it's not written like it's internal dialogue. It's like he's telling it to someone, and everyone
Yeah,
assumed that he was talking to
who's he saying it
Sandy.
to?
But Sandy doesn't appear till the very, very end of the chapter, so it's not
Yeah.
her. People
Yeah,
had, yeah. Go ahead.
no, it might that line might work if there was like this foil of like him telling this to him telling like this story to Daisy or something or Sandy, which would make sense, but that doesn't. Maybe there was something more that was supposed to be happening, but there wasn't, or we didn't like properly establish that. Uh, And more also is like, but it brings the question of, well, what do you put on here? What does he say? What does he think? And this was the best she could come up with.
Maybe he didn't need to say anything at all. Maybe he could have just stood there with like everyone talking about him. Dude, people had so much fun editing these pages. By the way, I don't know if I have any of the edits anywhere. But they made some spicy edits of Mike. If anyone
So
can find them for me,
also wait a second. Look at all those
with the
banners.
Riz,
Dude,
totally.
if those banners are like actual like award banners, which you know you usually only put up for like, oh, we won the championship, we won this conference, we won to this thing. Um, is Roseville like a I forget what the hell it's called, but
Varsity?
no, not just varsity, but like a high school that leads into that is specifically made for grooming athletes into college into the collegiate level for professional sports.
That's a terrifying
Or,
thought. I don't
I
know.
mean, or else these guys are just fucking amazing, or they have the worst competition in the world, or these are all participate, or these are all participation banners. Which I don't know,
Participation banner?
maybe.
Look, they're the Hornets, okay? And someone edited Mike to be like super gay. He had like earrings and like I had all this makeup on. I sent it in the chat at some
So
point, or
like me
maybe I
and
didn't.
Carson.
Yeah, actually, Carson would have been proud if he were still
No,
alive. But may he
don't
rest in
make
peace.
Carson. Okay, don't do it.
But everyone changed the name from the Hornets to the Hornies, and it was really funny.
Yeah, that's easy.
What kind of voice should Finn have? I can't believe you convinced him. I can't believe I convinced him. You guys are putting on way too much pressure. Haven't you all, like, trained to do this stuff? I don't train. Whatever ability I have is completely accidental. Pat. That's why after we're done with you, you're gonna be spectacular.
Yeah, Mikey, you can do it.
What are you here for? What are you here for?
Oh, uh, I am but a humble cheerleader cheering for the Hornets. I don't know why I'm here. Probably
Oh.
for some hokey fucking dialogue so we can talk about at this point.
Okay, now I can take a break. Good luck, Amazil.
Hooray.
Good luck forever now. Get them
Boys,
boys.
boys, am I right? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Also, those lines are weird. Um, I get it, depth and all that, except that, you know, I've been on those bleachers. You know, the point is that they're actually pretty big steps so that you have a little bit of leg room, and each one is meant to be bigger. Yeah, unless like they are that far away, but that doesn't make any sense, especially if the top ones are way longer than the ones below it. That's
I think that
that's not how it works.
I think the top ones are folded up actually.
No, yeah, I get it. But here's a question. Though that bar is meant to represent the height of each stair. So, if the last bar that is like the one that is at the top is that height from a long and they are how is the one that is farther away 3 times bigger than the one that's in front of it? Perspective wise, that makes absolutely no sense. It makes actually no sense. You're supposed to be a fuck. Come on. What, aren't you the fucking big artsy fartsy? I know my shit, Miss Missy. No,
Have you considered fluffy femboys on your page?
I have considered the fact that backgrounds are a bitch, and if you want to make a mostly splash page, you have to if you're going to put the effort to have different sizes for each bench in order to show that there is depth, then at least make it consistent. Like okay, so I know that I'm already on a tangent, but it is what I'm calling the semicolon problem. See, a lawyer friend of mine had told me about this, and he said that one of the best pieces of advice that an English teacher that gave him is that for a semicolon, not a lot of people don't really know the proper way of using a semicolon. But if you write an essay or something, you throw them in because you're like, oh, I got to make this look really cool. I want to show that I know what I'm saying, So you throw in some semicolons, and but the problem is, if you use a semicolon but you use it incorrectly, it would be way. It's a lot more telling about your flaws than if you never use a semicolon, because now you're using it but you clearly don't know what you're doing, and it only serves to highlight the bigger flaws in your writing than if you were to just leave this blank. And that's what I'm saying about with this backgrounds, and that's something that I think some artists should learn. It's like, yes, if you focus on detailing, make sure that you actually have an understanding of what you're doing and why you're doing it, so that you don't fall into these simple pitfalls, because in a way this is pretty simple to fix if you actually have frame of reference and understanding for the uh, for the object that you're drawing. But if you don't, it falls apart and only serves to raise more questions and thus distract from the art of the rest of the page. That's what I'm saying.
I I mean, I'm not an artist, or at least not an artist in that way. I didn't really mind it. I didn't even really notice. Everyone was more focused on you know, the upcoming
Yeah, simping over the fucking femboy supply drop.
the femboy supply drop. Hey, I have a question for you. I was just
Oh.
reading this comic on the code thread. Someone said golden hour was only half finished. Is that true?
Um, when I did the rant, it was like, if that's what they're referring to, then yes, because so when I did the rant of it, like apparently when Golden Hour was originally published, it was only in sketch because Teshi was also working on the book at the time, and so she was overloaded and she wanted to get the pages out there. She's like, okay, here's just the sketches and then that sort of thing. So if you go back and go into the Amazon does something stupid Tumblr blog, and you read that and you look at that rant, you'll see that a lot of all the panels and stuff that I used as reference up to a certain point were all sketches. Um, One weird thing though about that, and what made that rant really, really weird to do, was that those pages were still in sketched, but the book was already out, and I, which confused the crap out of me, because I think at one point, like I looked at it one face, I'm like, this face is so fucking stupid. It looks so bizarre. Like, is this in the finished product? I pull out the fucking book and I take a picture of that panel. I'm like, no, no, okay, here it's a little better. It's not as shitty looking as this. It's still pretty fucking stupid, but it's clearly better. Wait a second, if you already have the printed pages, that means you have a fully lined, colored, and shaded version of these pages. And literally all you're doing is replacing the files on this page. And yet, they weren't fucking done. They didn't change them out yet. And I'm like, why? Why? How long does it take for you to replace a file? Like, it's just this one chapter. It's not like a whole fucking a whole series that you're replacing all of the pages for each and every one, drag and drop. Like, no, it's at most like what, 20, 30 files? And it's like, why? Why wasn't it fucking, why didn't you just fucking change it? Why? I know you have the finished product.
The inner machinations of Teshi's mind are an enigma.
It makes no sense.
Okay.
Anyway,
We're gonna learn more
that's
about
it.
James.
Anyway, we're on to Paolo and Daisy, so let's... Tell me more about James. Why are you asking me? Seem to be friends. Wait. Uh, not friendly enough. Not friendly enough to let me know he changed schools, I guess. Not friendly enough to ask me to join his team. Do you want to? Have another thing eating into my work hours? No way. Just would have been. Oh, that is an uncomfortable pose. That is a very uncomfortable pose. He
Oh,
is gonna break his hips.
Paulo, he's got some wide hips. Paulo has the fluffy chest, and now Daisy has a fluffy chest. Everyone gets fluffy chests this chapter.
Wait. Just would have been nice for him to say something, you know. Instead, it's all Mike, same as always. Forever the golden boy. I don't want to be with Mikey anymore.
Oh shit! Hey, this
I
is also
or I
interesting.
don't. Wait, no, I think it's meant to be delivered like, I don't want to be with Mikey anymore.
It's interesting because I think she's seeing herself in Paulo and like understanding the jealousy that my friend is always overshadowing me, and everyone always just loves Mike, the golden boy, and she like, oh wait, that's how I feel about Lucy, and then she's like, well, I don't like Mike.
I love my recurring plot points, just recycled for other characters.
Yeah, but it shows how similar they are. They're like more similar, and they're in love, so they can be
It's
in
like
love now.
poetry, it
Like
rhymes.
poetry rhymes, you know. I had to make the cats both gay and in love with the same person, so it's fine.
Uh, it feels a bit more like I don't know. I want. How do we bring a connection between these two? Let's do this.
Also, Uwu face.
I love it every time. Shit, for real? Yeah. She's not saying anything with that mouth though. Why?
Wait.
Why?
Oh wait, no. I think we're supposed to infer that she's doing the Uwu face, looking away. But it is kind of funny to think about it
Because
like that. She's just sitting there with an Uwu face for no reason.
her mouth's open, but she's not saying anything.
Oh.
Look stupid.
Yeah, Daisy often
Well,
opens her
even
mouth
more
and says
stupid than
nothing.
Nubu can. Also, also that face makes it look like she's devious and obvious. Okay, I'm just gonna point out something that Anthony Mouth said. I never understood this, like me in quotes, which fair point. I'm not. I didn't want to bring it too much because it's like, whatever. Her like, but yeah, you know, Daisy's like, what Daisy's takeaway is this, or from Paolo, like being all tsundere is being like, oh, you know, I am also I am available, you know. Ooh, think about I'm gonna make this about me now, instead of like we're instead of like maybe better understanding your feelings. Uh, but and I wouldn't think that I ignored that because I was like, that's probably not the direction that they were going for. But that mouth certainly makes it look like she is just trying to make the move or trying to fucking get it, force Paolo to start thinking about her in that
No,
way.
I,
Like,
I think
ooh,
it's more of trying to boost Paulo's confidence. Like, Mike isn't the great golden boy that you're saying he is, because
no,
who's been pining for him so long, is no longer interested.
no, I get that, but that's what I'm saying about the face. Like the face and the blush and the yeah, I thought about it a lot lately, and now I'm totally sure.
Yeah, after you made out
Hmm.
with them.
Like, why? Why else would you make that face if you're not going to give it that, like sultry sort of tone?
Have you
How
con-
else are we supposed to read that?
She
I
just
mean,
likes her
it.
ooh
I know that
faces.
there's a straight way to read this. There's a way that my mind says that this is how it's supposed to be read, but the face is telling me that it's supposed to be some way else. That there's more going on to it. And again, it goes back to what I was saying. Having this, having these little bits, like it distracts you. It distracts you from what this should be about. And it's the problem with all these different little tiny elements.
It's
Like
gonna.
I know that being that if you take all the like the little criticism that I give that to BCB, it's very pedantic, and it seems very pedantic and pointless, but it all adds up. It's just these little minute changes that really shouldn't be there, and kind of throw me for a loop at points. And if you didn't have that, if you didn't have her give that, get lay it on so thick, give that woo woo and the blush and dramatic turn, like maybe it wouldn't be so. It would be probably be a bit better. Maybe you don't need all this. Maybe you shouldn't like give it all these fucking anime tropey shit. Is
You know
that
who
too
writes this
much?
comic? Have you ever watched the the live streams they do? This whole comic is inspired by anime. It didn't bother me that much. It was like, oh, okay. But it's gonna go back to Paulo soon. It's gonna get there. This is just like a little hiccup in that. Hello, Jersey Devil. Sneed? Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
So what exactly are you here for? Look, just because I don't want to date Mikey doesn't mean I can't watch him and all these cute boys.
What's
Okay, okay, I
wrong?
get it. Ooh, no, now it's blatant about. Oh, these boys are all attractive, cute little femboy twinks. Oh, even see Daisy's like this is what this is about. Oh, instead of being like all these guys are being like, hey, just because I don't want to date him doesn't mean I can't appreciate him, or like watch. Or, there's or just point out like, hey, there are a bunch of other people out there. Look, instead of being like, oh, they're all so cute, don't you? It's like it comes across to me as the author being like it. If I were to say, if I were, well, no, I kind of not in the comic, but in a separate thing. Like if Dan, no, there is a simpler thing. If like, if like, fucking, if during the model chapter of False Idol, like I had David or someone be like, "Ooh, look at all these pretty people. Oh, they're so cute." It, it would feel forced. It's like it is literally the author going, "Oh, look at these character designs. Aren't they so cute? Don't you love them? Don't you just want to fucking infatuate yourself with them and think of all these ships? Oh, you love them now, don't you?" Ha! Instead of like letting us decide for ourselves. Let your art speak for itself, people. Say it, okay?
I think Daisy's allowed
It's
to
stupid.
say the things that she's saying. I don't think it really takes away. I don't think it's trying to beat you over the head.
It just
People
feels
already
weird to me.
buy.
It
Okay,
always it
see,
always comes across as weird to me. It's like when fucking people are like, oh, it's like when the comic is like, oh, Sandy's so beautiful, and I'm like, she's okay. She doesn't look that pretty. I don't know. It's weird.
by this point, people already decided they like the track team, regardless of whatever
And
Daisy's saying here. So yeah, so them quote unquote reinforcing that, or like, oh, please like these characters People already like them by this time.
So you don't need to do it.
Yeah, this sounds like something Daisy would say.
I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm just saying that it feels weird. I'm not even saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that it's just a weird thing. And I don't real and I feel like it could have been better or it could have been different. It's fine.
Like how she's yelling this in a gymnasium where there's a lot of echo and everybody could hear her just scream that out.
Surely, yeah.
And it would be funny if it cut back to them and they were all stopped looking at her. But we don't get that. In fact, we don't see the track team for the rest of this chapter. This is Apollo
Wait.
Daisy chapter now.
Wait, seriously?
I'm being dead ass.
Hold on.
No, you think
I'm gonna count. 1, 2. Call that 3. 3 pages of the entire like track team, and that's what we got. I said this so many times, and I will say this again. I will say this until my dying breath, because it is something that I plead for all BCB readers and all readers of all kinds. You should ask for more. This is 3 pages of just designs, cute designs, sure. Like there's it's ripe for potential, sweet, but 3 pages. They say 1 line.
look,
That's it.
we just
I'm
gotta
not
get to
talking James. I'm talking about the whole team.
we just gotta get the link play. Just get the link play. Just get the link play. And I promise you, I swear to you, you're gonna fucking love these guys. I swear. Just gotta get the link play first.
I'm sure. Anyway. Okay, I get it. I'll leave you to it then. Thanks.
Hey, Paulo, we're closing together. Isn't that awesome? Damn, finished everything in record time. Want to hang out a bit? Hey, Paulo, my man. Yo, Paulo. Paulo. Oh, he's super gay now. He's seen the fluffy boy that looks like Daisy and acts like Daisy.
Oh. This doesn't feel weird at all.
Are you ready?
Hey, you know where this could have been really good? When he was actually having gay feelings. You know what? Actually, that would have been a great chapter, actually. Especially if Boy Toy comes in after he's been at work. Like, fucking why not? Why not have that be like James's establishing chapter of like him, or actually no, you could have done that with that Leslie or whatever the fucking manager girl
Miranda.
that
said the
offered
forbidden
Paolo
name.
a job. I don't fucking care.
Her name is
Like,
Miranda.
Yeah, whatever. Her, like, why not have that be James or something? Like, again, build.
Because
I mean, I get that you didn't have this character beforehand, but
she did actually. He was in a BCI and was just
oh.
everyone swore that James had actually appeared in the comic, but he didn't. And so everyone was just kind of like, are we getting Mandela affected by Teshi? But he was just he was BCI. So that's fine.
But yeah, it's like, why not have that be the way that Paolo develops his feelings? Like,
don't date your coworkers. Also, don't date your superiors. Definitely
no,
don't do
but
that.
I'm talking about like having that be like, oh, now Paolo's like homosexual thoughts and feelings are more coming to the forefront because he's building a natural relationship with this other guy, and he's starting to think that maybe that would be, maybe being with him wouldn't be the worst thing, and have that like naturally grow. That would be amazing. That would actually be a great implementation of Paolo's sexuality, and having that like spotlighted, then where it is right now, where it feels more like Paolo is gay, or well, where it felt like prior to this chapter, for the most part, it was just Paolo's gay for Mike, and like that's the full spectrum. He doesn't have any other feelings. Now it's like, okay, maybe there is something more. Maybe he can see the see it, feel attraction to other men. Like that would make more sense. That would be a great way of doing it. And
Uh,
as also opposed to this, where the character comes in forced, feels like just comes in out of nowhere, and is like, I've been here this whole time. Don't you understand? I have been here in the shadows, watching over Mike, not Paolo. But that's so that we can get into whatever this talk is supposed to be, and especially here, like you really didn't need to hammer us over the head with the montage of, or the small like montage of, oh James, James is talking to Paolo,
hey,
hey, they have so
Paolo.
much together, they've said things together and they work together, isn't that cute? Instead of doing that, his regular bits, like Daisy could have just prodded a bit more. Like you already had that established, and just instead of, you could literally remove that page, and Daisy be like, "Well, what's wrong? What are you like? Hey,
Like,
is there someone else you're thinking about?" Because she knows about Paolo's bisexuality. Like, what? Why don't you think about this? Why don't we
look,
think about this?
look, they're actually going to get there. Everything you're saying now, they're going to get there. Also, I don't put too much emotional stock into this Paulo X James thing. That's all I'm going to say about that. Uh, anyway, she does
Oh,
notice though. She notices he's frustrated.
yeah, I know. That's what I mean, though. So, what was the point? Other than just so that we as the readers can feel like there's more to this, to his connection to James, because his character wasn't properly established or actually put as a character. Nonetheless, what am I even here for? Maybe you just think they're cute. It's okay. I also think Mikey and James are cute. That's the reason I'm here. Supposed to feel that way, though. Says who? Says, you know. Oh, Paolo, look at me. Look at me, Paolo. Repeat after me. These track boys are cute. I'm leaving. What? I think girls can be really cute too.
Are you ready?
Uh, uh I just say.
I want to put in context that this chapter came out during Pride Month. But
Oh,
also, there
of
is a
course.
napkin doodle of Daisy talking about how she was attracted to Sandy. But, uh, yeah.
Look, I know I'm being embarrassing, but let me tell you something. Just listen. You telling me your feelings about boys made me wonder the same thing. Like, what's so weird about liking boys? Doesn't everyone like boys? What's Paolo getting so weird about? There's lots to like about boys. And so I thought maybe it'd be harder if I just flip things around. And I wondered, actually, all I could think about was Sandy. I hated Mikey so much in third grade because he took her away from me. I wanted her for myself. Not like that, but not totally not like that. Right?
So is Daisy gay? Well, yes, but actually, no. But kind of, maybe, possibly.
I just want to point out once again. Shoot. Wait. I didn't. Fuck. I need to make the fucking sequel to L3 that wanted that I wanted to do for that. If you don't remember that, that was the one sec. I'm posted here again so that you can have reference. That was this comic that B made. I actually helped a lot. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I helped with them in the writing of this and just conceptualizing and
Have I
coming up with the concept of it.
have I not seen this one before?
I'm pretty sure I've shown this before, but it's basically just an alternate take where instead of Lucy latching onto Mike when Mike instead have it where they have it where she latches onto Daisy. Like her and Daisy become friends because Mike is infatuated with Sandy. And thus Lucy becomes the lesbians.
Honestly,
That's why
this
it's
should
called.
be a BCI. This feels like it
Yeah.
could be a BCI.
Don't worry, we'll read it afterwards. But I bring it up because this was made. Let me check the properties so I can know exactly like when, because it was like years ago. Um, oh yeah, this was made 5 years. Well, 4 years ago, close to 5 years ago, and so way before like track meet or any of that. I think it was probably more spurred on, maybe by Model Girlfriend, but I don't know. In either case, I bring it up because while we were like brainstorming the concept of this and like, oh, we can do this, that, and the other, and we can have like, oh, we can make this joke and that stuff. Like, I was thinking of another like
Oh my
thing or
gosh.
another comic to do on top of that.
Wait,
But
wait. I'm really sorry. We wait. Did you get someone knocking at your door, or am I going crazy?
oh yeah, don't worry about it.
Oh,
Anyway,
we just got a new person in the server. They said I'm a voice actor and I've voice acted BCB by myself before. And notice you guys do dubs. I'd love to be a part of it. That's great. We're happy to hear that. We're always looking for voices. Um,
um,
cool.
sure, I don't know. I don't care.
I care.
But I bring it up because there was a continuation to that or thing that I wanted to do, where like because that whole comic is kind of setting up the lesbian Lucy kind of arc, and this kind of planting the seed for her to kind of warm up to that, where her feelings for Mike start to become the feelings that she has towards Daisy, and so like building into that relationship. And there was a little joke comic that I wanted to after that, where like where Lucy tells Daisy that she thinks that she's gay, and so they're in elementary school, and she's like, "Oh, Daisy, I have something to tell you." You know, and Daisy's like, "Oh, sure, what is it?" Like she's like, I got a secret, and I've been thinking, or no, I remember it starts off with them talking about Mike, or Mike and Sandy, and and Daisy's like, oh, Daisy still loves Mike, so she's like, oh, Mike is so handsome and all that. And Lucy's like, well, you can keep him now. I don't care about Mike. Like he's stupid. And in fact, Daisy's like, oh, what's wrong with Mike? I thought you liked him. And Lucy's like, well, I've been thinking, like, I don't know, boys are kind of stupid, but girls are kind of nice, and girls are stupid too, but you're nice. I know. Okay, I think I'm kind of like I might like girls. I think that's the thing. And Daisy, because she's a kid and doesn't really understand it, she's like, "Oh, oh, I've heard about that. I think they're called like last beans or something."
They're called thespians.
Yeah. Well, she doesn't understand. She doesn't know the word. She's maybe heard it from like her parents or something. She's like, "Oh yeah, my aunt's like that," and oh, she's like so cool. She's got like this race car and all that stuff. And it's like, oh my god, wait, do all lesbians like get get a race car? Do you get that if you do? She's like, I don't know, maybe. They're like really cool. But my parents don't let me talk to them much, so it's and just kind of having fun with that. And she, and so Daisy's like, so what do you think? I mean, do you like girls that way? I mean, are you a lesbian? And Lucy just looks at her, is like, I, I don't know, maybe I am. I think. And Daisy's like, that's cool. You're cool. You're indifferent. And then on that day, the teacher announces, hey kids, we're having this new kid coming in. She's a transfer student. And Paolo walks into the door. And Lucy's like, Daisy, yeah, I made a mistake. I was wrong. I was so fucking wrong.
Oh my god.
And then Paolo becomes an asshole, and she's like,
Bro.
okay, never mind. False alarm. Back on it again.
Damn, she was like, I'm ready to jump on this man right now.
Like, I like boys again. And yeah, great times. And it was a lot of fun working on this, or like coming up with ideas and stuff for this with the B, including little bits like that shrug being a direct reference to the canon and Jasmine's thing. Susan's background there and stuff like that. The fact that a lot of this whole structure very much mirrors that one volume one chapter and stuff. A lot of the panels and the and a lot of there's a lot of visual references to the canon in this comic, which is
Yeah.
something that I really appreciate and we always wanted to do.
I'm noticing some things on these with Mike loves Sandy. Obviously, it's reference to Carter. The word lunch with the little circly arrow line thing is another thing the comic does. Actually, Teshi does it in the very next fucking chapter, or the next. I guess it's an intermission.
Hmm.
Looking at it right now.
But yeah, B is awesome. Love him.
Oh my god, this art's so fucking good. B, where are you? You need to join. You need to join the panel. I don't know why I turned into fucking
I want
Christopher
to
Walken.
suck your blood.
They need to join the panel and write the comment. I don't know. All right, we gonna talk more about girls now. Unless what?
No, I said nonetheless. Let's
Yeah.
continue on. But yeah, I just want to say, fucking called it. Daisy, Lucy, thing. It really does feel nice to say it out loud after all this time. And if not for talking to you, I wouldn't have had that realization. Unlike when I talked with Matt, I didn't really get it from him.
She doesn't love Matt.
So like, before you get all embarrassed and stop yourself from thinking about it, remember me next time, okay? It's not weird. You're right. I think James is pretty good looking. And there's nothing wrong with that. Ugh.
Ooh face to end the panel. Ooh face every day.
Great way to end it.
Oh, well, we have 5 more pages.
Wow, track? I always wondered why you never did things like that in the first place.
I just never really considered it. Man, my legs are sore.
They must have really worked you out. Teehee. Does this mean you'll be a lot busier now?
Oh, I guess so. I gotta meet them every Saturday for practice. And James invited me and a few of the guys to go to the mall on Sunday. You know, last minute Christmas shopping.
Ew, pretty soon. I'll be the one having trouble getting a hold of you.
Oh, no way. I'll always make time for you.
Well, maybe I should be doing the chasing for once.
Oof.
See what it's like from the other side.
Oof. Big rip. Ha ha.
Please don't do what I'm doing, Teshi, I beg of you.
Hey, Sandy?
Yeah?
Why would you dump Francis for me?
Well, it's because I love you, of course.
But you said you loved him too. Wasn't that really hard?
It was.
I'm sorry.
But it's okay. It wasn't very professional anyway. Oh, no, hold on. Also, my mother hated Francis a lot. She was suspicious about him from the start. She would have killed us if she knew what he and I were up to.
Alright, so a lot of this dialogue, some of this dialogue, is actually lifted from what the original phone call between Mike and Sandy was going to be at the end of Eternal Flame. And because it was used here, the actual phone call had to be rewritten. And I know, from what I remember, these two lines were from that original phone call.
Was the
Although,
professional line in there?
I think so. But it's also it's really strange these lines. It's like, what exactly specifically happened? Because if why would her mother be suspicious of another guy, and why would she have killed you? Not literally, but why would she have been really upset if she knew you two had like a thing going on? Which makes me think that Francis, even though this was retconned, uh what is the holdup? Why? What was it? Because it wasn't professional, or was Frances just like older, like over 18, and that's why her mom was suspicious? Even though I looked it up. Hairdresser apprentices can start at 16, but that doesn't mean he was 16. There's nothing in the comic that specifically states he was 16. I know some people pointed out that he was like, oh, he's got to be like 20 years old, and I think Teshi sort of soft retconned it so he could be younger. But these lines are kind of sus because I don't understand what the big holdup would be unless Francis was like actually not a good person to begin with, or like he was much older than Sandy.
I don't. My response to this is in the text chat.
Oh, I just opened up Gimp. Almost unpleasant. Yeah. But I don't know. It's the fact that Sandy is like kind of bragging about her time with Francis, like, oh, it's a bit sus. Oh, we were up to some scandalous stuff. It's like, uh, what kind of stuff were you guys doing? Were you like going all the way? Were you like doing stuff in the back room, like between shows? Like, what's going on here? It leads a lot to the imagination. Uh,
I want to imagine.
but but it's true. It's in the comic. It's canon. Anyway,
I don't want it.
what? What? And she doesn't hate me?
No, she thinks you're great. Not like you're in person, so you're not a distraction.
Oh, sorry. You think that's gonna change now? You're spending so much time on the phone with me?
Oh, I can hear her voice now. You're on thin ice, Buster.
Haha. Not sad about it at all?
Why would I be?
I'm sure he was really heartbroken.
Well, now it's then. And this is now. His loss is all I have to say. We both should have known better from the start.
Hmm.
Are you sad, Michael?
A little.
Well, that's understandable. It wasn't very good to you, so I shouldn't expect you to forget everything in an instant.
I do forgive you, though.
I know, but honestly, I'd be way madder at me if I was you. You'd be disappointed, you know. We should be able to talk through our feelings together. Oh, be nice not to be yelled at again.
See, this is the weird. This is part of the weird. Is Sandy good or bad or in between? I don't understand if we're supposed to want Sandy and Mike to be together or not. Because it's like Sandy's saying some really dumb shit, like kind of bragging about her thing with Francis, but then she's also saying things like we should be able to talk through our feelings together. You can be disappointed, and she's like, she's wanting him to be more honest with her, eh, but like in a controlled way, not like screaming at her. So then it's like, well, okay, so is she like actually a good person? Like I can't decide. It's weird. It's like she ping pongs back and forth from like being mature and reasonable to like being immature and stupid, and
It's almost like she is whatever the fucking comic needs her to be.
it's like a stuff on the same exact page. I
But
don't know.
no, but I understand. Like, yeah, like this page on its own, this is good. This is what I would have appreciated like earlier, but uh, it's clear that I think it's just when Teshi has to write dialogue about her cheating and with Francis that she kind of goes ape brain and doesn't care about like having her be an actual sympathetic character.
Well, but and like so the other thing too is that dialogue was strictly for the phone call to try to convince Mike to get back with her, and she just literally reused it verbatim. Some of those lines.
Oh, that explains it then.
You're right. I'm really sorry. And then he's in bed. He's hugging his white pillow, and he thinks about Lucy, thinking about hugging Lucy, and then he smothers himself to death, and the comic ends.
Right.
God.
Also, this really. Oh no, go on.
And then what? Are you still on the last page?
Yeah.
All right. What were you gonna say?
No, didn't you say? Did you say the line? I didn't
Yeah, I
hear
said
it.
ugh. Ugh.
No.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Then the last line.
yeah. And then the last one says, "Just go to sleep."
Yeah.
Alright, and a big old splash page, and he's thinking about
Right.
Lucy and how she's crying, and now he's sad because Lucy, but why didn't he just break up with Sandy if he was so. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. After this intermission, when we get to on call, you're gonna be like, oh my god, Mike is literally he doesn't have a brain.
Uh, uh,
So
what?
oh yeah, so let's talk about track meet. This was a polarizing chapter. People were actually I was a little bit anxious at first because I'm like, oh my god, is Mike just gonna turn into a pity party character for the rest of the comic? But then the track team comes up and it was like this brand new fresh idea thing, and everyone was like, oh, something new. Yeah, okay. And then immediately, once we get into the new stuff, it completely gets sidetracked into the Paulo and Daisy stuff.
Yeah, I
And
don't know why you think I would like this. I
no,
really
I
not
I said
really.
you like the track team. I didn't say you like the chapter.
Yeah. This yeah, I again ask for more for Christ's sakes. Like that's why like in every rant I do an overview to be like, okay, now that we've gone through this whole thing inch by inch, what is the actual purpose? What is the whole as a whole? What is this chapter? What is it trying to say? What are we meant to get out of this?
Actually, there's a
And
lot.
yes, but again, the problem with track meet is that it's cluttered. It's cluttered to all hell. Like it if I was expecting and I would have been happy if it was literally I thought you said this was just going to be Mike and the gang just hanging out doing nothing.
All
I'm
right.
like,
Well, the
that'd be
next
great.
chapter is that.
Oh, great. The next chapter. Why don't you take this is the establishing character for 5 new characters that we know nothing about. All right, you made them cute and even the designs that people like. Great. Now this is the chapter where we're like, okay, let's see what they can do. Let's see that. Let's see the chemistry that they like. That's the whole point of of introducing and building characters. Like for fuck's sake, that's what I've been doing with False Idol and like a lot of the pages that have been coming out. Like if you have a character and you really like them, you really want to make them people like them, show them interact, show them how they interact with the people, and show the chemistry. Like this
That
chapter should have just been this chapter would have worked really well if it was 3 chapters, like three, like 3 short chapters, so that we could actually dial in and focus on these topics by themselves and really be able to flesh them out and explore them. If this chapter, if track meet was literally just James comes in and pulls Mike away, and we get like the hints of Paolo like being like having a bit of jealousy and stuff. Of just let that simmer for a second, and then you'll talk about it in the next chapter. Because right now we're just establishing James, and in that chapter we can establish, oh hey, get Mike on the track team, and now we have all these new boys and stuff, and they're all like this, and we get to see how each character is. We see how their dynamics are, what they really do, and how they really feel, how they interact with Mike, how they bounce off, what they joke about, and that sort of thing. Because that is what a character is. That's how you build a character. That's how you establish a character. Like the fact that these characters, other than James, everyone else is only in for 3 pages. And like one person, like the yellow cat, just says one thing, and everyone else is like as a hive mind. It shows pretty much all that we have is a design. It's the Ash conundrum. Like what I was saying last stream about the character of Ashley Clemens. Like I have a character and she has this cute design. I really like this design. I want to do something with her. What can you do? Okay, put her in this situation. But if you don't actually have them, if you don't actually give them something to say, if you don't give them a chance to like express themselves and be something and show what they're actually like, then all you have is designs. And that's not a character. We shouldn't be so infatuated by just designs. I'm more interested, and it is way better to be interested in the personality of the character and what they are like. And I'm sure, yeah, we'll probably get that in a link play or whatever the fuck. But we don't. The fact is that this is extremely weak for setting these characters up, for establishing this team and this group of people. Like James, kind of. This isn't the word. This is an all right way of showing James. It shows that he's a silly character. You don't need to take him that seriously, but for everyone else, just gets shafted, and which I guess it shows that we shouldn't care and we don't really care. It shows that, or rather, it shows that Teshi doesn't really care about those characters. She's like, I need designs for the team so that they can be there, and we'll do that. We'll think of like what they are actually like or whatever afterwards. And by the way, I can now rant about the fucking snout dog as I have before. Go to
wait.
page 12 because that is the
Well,
worst fucking mouth I have ever seen
all right.
Teshi draw.
But I well, yeah. This chapter suffers from losing focus. I don't know if like it was always the plan to do this. It definitely felt like it could have been split into several, because like introducing the track team and introducing these characters and immediately like turning away to do the Daisy and Paulo stuff, uh when it was not, it was out of nowhere. This started off as a Mike chapter, and I was like,
Yeah.
okay, this will be interesting. Oh, we have these new characters, that'll be interesting. Let's see what they're like. And then it's like, oh no, everybody is gay now.
And then we
Everyone
go
is
back
gay.
to
The
Mike.
chapter.
And then we go back to Mike for seemingly no reason. Like after all this stuff about Paolo
Yeah.
and Daisy, like as a reader, it is very easy for you to forget that, oh, right, yeah, because Mike is having problems with himself now, and that's what this is. And it doesn't help that it's almost, you can very well see, if you're looking for it, you can see where this, how this dialogue was actually taken from a different chapter or a different scene. You know, because
Looking
it certainly feels like something that should have been said earlier but wasn't.
looking
And
at the last page between Daisy and Paulo, it definitely feels like that's the last page of a chapter because it kind of ends on a little bit of a like a light note, and then it's like okay, we're done with the climax, and then it switches to the Mike and Sandy thing. And
yeah,
to her credit, at least we're getting to see Mike and Sandy interact with each other, which was something that was sorely missed from the rest of the comic. So I was like, okay, that's cool. Teshu's actually like writing these characters interacting. We'll kind of understand them a little bit more in their dynamic outside of just being
yes,
told that they're in love. Okay, well, let's see that. And I mean, it's a little bit too little too late, but it's at least nice to get it, you know. But it also
yeah.
just kind of feels like, oh, I completely forgot this was a Mike chapter. We spent so much time. A whole third of this chapter is like, or maybe it's like a fourth of it. Like I don't know. Is just showing
I
about
was
him.
gonna ask because I was really, I realized, like, looking at this chapter, that, oh, I gave a bit too much shit to the snout dog. There, he does have two eyes. Maybe it was like just a few pages. And then I looked at the first page for One Track Mind. I'm like, oh, that's where I got. Oh, I see. It was just for this one chapter that he had two eyes. Now Teshi realized she could get away with just giving him one eye. Or at least I hope
I
that
was
is.
too.
I'm just being overly too much of an asshole, and that's what's going on. Because having one-eyed dog, one-eyed snout dog, with his mouth being a mile away from his nose, still fucking gets to me so hard.
Well, there's gonna be more Snout Dog in the intermission and in the next chapter. So,
Yeah.
let's do this intermission real quick
Yeah.
because we are gonna dive a little bit into the track team characters, and maybe some of your upsetness will be quelled, if a little bit. So, James, how did you not notice when Mike insert major event from previous chapter here? And how did you avoid seeing Paulo?
She's only like this because she can't stand the sight of you.
Look what I can do! Look what I can do!
Okay, James, you've done this 3 lunch periods in a row now. We've seen enough.
Remember when he spilled it all over himself and smelled like rotten milk for the next day? I still don't know what happened. I swear I showered when I got home.
You gotta clean behind the ears. High expectations. Okay.
Good thing James is at home with the flu.
You, you sure we should try to get this guy to join the team?
Hey, the kid can run. That's all that matters. He could flip the table directly into that guy, and I'd still want him running with us.
Why are you like this, Finn?
The the curly Q arrow thing. Anyway, for some random reason, James decides he's gonna sit outside in the snow and clear off a little spot in the grass. Please remember, I meant what I said. I won't bother her again. Wow, look at him go! He's just so fast and slick. I absolutely gotta get him in the track team pronto. And then that's the intermission.
So, how did he avoid seeing Paolo?
Hey, shut up. Uh, but it's also good that remember how I said it's good that the Teshi drew that one panel so that Mike's head was covering up this corner so you couldn't see that James wasn't planned out back then. That would have been a fucking plot hole, but we got lucky. But also you can see that there were no footsteps in the other one, the other page. I wonder how difficult it would be to do a quick edit of that page and like redraw it so she can like upload replace the page in burnt bridges so you can see the footsteps. So like future people will be like, wow, it was planned out back then, but like we know that it wasn't. But it would still be cool. They might switch to Paulo and Daisy to make to establish Paulo's crush on James. Yeah.
Wait,
No,
you
for sure.
mean?
But the problem with that Hootax is that it doesn't go anywhere. It literally ends as soon as it starts.
Oh, that's fucking hella gay.
Oh yeah, shit. I just spoiled the most recent chapter for you. Well, there you go. Are you ready? So this, even though it's drawn in the BC, so this was done in the BCI style because Teshi was running behind, and this was actually not even supposed to be a chapter or an intermission. She just kind of like needed a buffer between this and link play. Uh, Even though it was done in the BCI style, I actually, even if she had the time, I think that the BCI style works for this way better than the full colored style. It's like very raw. It's almost nightmarish or almost dreamlike, even though it really did happen. I really like the way that it looks for this specific chapter. And I like the concept. I'm glad that we got the phone call. And that's for my compliments to this end. All right, you ready? This is the phone call. This is going to show you why Mike decided to get back with Sandy. And not even just like forgive her and just be your friend, but like to be in a relationship again.
Oh, sweet.
Hello?
Oh my god, we actually get to see her. Well, this is a marked improvement upon Eternal Flame. Michael! Oh my god, Michael, you're still...
Yeah?
Finally! Oh, thank goodness.
What's wrong?
I called you back over and over and you wouldn't pick up. I thought you did something really bad. Please don't scare me like that again.
What did you think I'd. Oh my god, no! I wouldn't do that! I'm. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to scare you. I just went out to clear my head and left my phone behind. I was really upset. Understandably.
I know.
Alright, so notice this. He's angry, frustrated with her. I just needed to calm down. And going out to the park, while he's thinking about Lucy, usually helps me feel better.
Fucker, you stole my line. Are you feeling better?
Uh,
I'm sure you don't want to talk to me right now.
so why did you call?
I made a really big mistake. After I hung up, I thought about it and I don't want a life without you.
Dude, she did such the fastest 180 on the planet in like less than the course of an hour. I'll say at max, this whole from her hanging up to him coming back was an hour. At max.
Yeah.
Or no, at the very
Yes.
least.
Less
Something.
than that if she actually was calling him over and over again.
Yeah. So we'll say in the course of 30 minutes, she thought the entire last several months through, the last several years, and was like, yeah, actually, you know what? I want to be with Mike. Like that.
I think I would say it's probably more of like
Guilt.
What is it?
Just
She
feels.
was more of a suicidal scare because the thought of Mike doing that. He was like, "Oh no, I don't want you to die. I don't want it to be like that. Oh
But
God, what have I done?"
but now she's saying I don't want a life without you. So it's not just that. It's not just I'm afraid you were gonna hurt yourself. It's like no, actually, I love you and I want you in my life.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Imagine tomorrow and next week and everything without you. I can't. I can't. I'm so stupid. I love you, Michael. I still love you so much. It means so much to me. You're the only one who really loves me for me, and you're always there. But But now I did it, all this stuff, and I messed it up. It's it's like you're the only one I can truly be normal around. Everyone else wants something from me or only cares about how I look. There's nothing else. But you, Rachel, you were here before all of that. And you're the one who should matter to me.
No one else? Thinking about Lucy again.
Hey. Are you listening to me?
I am. I just don't know what to say. I don't know what to believe.
Well, I think you were right before. I should work on this. I should work harder. I'll get a new hairdresser, no problem. That's over. I'm just confused with Francis.
Look at him rolling his eyes. Like, come on. He's not buying the bullshit.
We spent so much time together. He traveled with me and did my hair, and we talked a lot. Sometimes he was the only person my age around. When things are stressful and you're feeling lonely, someone's right beside you. I don't know if you'd understand, but
Yes, I think so. Thinking about Lucy again. Also, are we reading False Idol right now? Like, what?
no. I excuse you. Let me fucking grab. Let me get the exact number for this damn
Uh,
chapter.
what do I think about it? What do I think about it going one per week? Well, I'd be a hypocrite to say that I'm disappointed. I have been saying for a while now that if Teshi needs to like take a break, we will be fine. Going one a week it is what it is. I mean, it's not gonna slow down the video. So well, the video stuff slowing down might be because I'm working on bigger projects, but that's about it. It is what it is. This would be better than having her burn herself out. Every artist needs a break. Every creator needs a break.
All right. So the number is 38 pages. 38 pages is how long chapter 3 of False Idol is. Chapter 4, Dan's chapter is. Because look, the whole point, this would be False Idol if I just stuck with the premise of it and didn't expand on it more and didn't flesh it out. Because the entire thing, like this whole Dan bit, was just Mike meets Dan. They talk about it, and Dan reveals that he went on a date with Sandy, but it didn't go well. He told her to fucking fix her relationship, and then she did, and then that's the whole thing. That's it. And then they move on to the next thing. But the whole point of the chapter, and the reason why this whole fucking chapter is so fucking long. It's 38 pages, and we're not even done yet. We're like maybe I want to say 3 or 4 pages left before we're finally out of this. But the reason is, if you read False Idol and you really like, there's so many bits, especially before they get to the uh, to the tree scene, where Dan's talking about love. Like the whole point of it is to say that it's not just to say that to really, really fucking hammer home like the effects of time and all the aspects that build into Sandy developing those feelings for someone else. And the like and the fact, like, if you the way that False Idol describes love, like I want to make a fucking joke about how or a joke thing where it shows it, because like because the way that love is described in False Idol is it is insidious, it is torturous, it's fucking it's very bad essentially. Yeah, and they just don't know how to deal with it. That's the whole point. But that's the whole point of it, isn't it? That's the why of how something like this can happen. And because it's not just like a fucking switch. It wasn't just, oh, we spent so much time together. Oh, he traveled with me. He did my hair, and we talked a lot. And he was the only man around my age around there. Like, no. First of all, that shouldn't be a thing because I am, or at least maybe it's different fucking policies. But one of the things that False Idol establishes in the fucking second chapter is that those girls are part of an age group. Like they have different age groups for certain jobs because certain jobs don't always need like a young person. Sometimes they need an adult. Sometimes they need someone a little older. Sometimes things need different things. So you have different class groups for those sorts of things. And so Sandy works around the 13 to 16 group. Or the 14 to 18 group. That's it. And so she does have people around her age. There's the whole point of False Idol and why it's a lot more fucking going on for it is that it's not just clear, simple answers. It's not just that Sandy was feeling lonely. It's that Sandy couldn't trust people. She felt she felt like everyone abandoned her once they realized that they couldn't get anything out of her. And so she didn't want to and so she couldn't trust them anymore. She didn't want to tell people that she had a boyfriend because that made people look at her differently and they made her and it started to give her problems and things like that. It shows how like just little things that you've done and the ways that you handle yourself and the way that you can trust other people and building the friendships develop into love without you even realizing it until like you're on a date with them and you just confess it and then you remember, oh shit, this is what it is. I'm cheating on my boyfriend. Fuck, what do I do? Like that's the whole point of False Idol is to fucking be like to break it down and be like there's more going on. There's fucking more that we can talk about. It's not just black and white.
Yeah, I don't know. This, like I said, this was just meant to be a buffer. I mean, as we've said many times before, Sandy is a MacGuffin. Uh, she's a plot device.
Exactly. And this should have been like a bit where we're like, no, she does have a brain in her head and something maybe show again what's one things that False Idol explores is showing how how weak her relationship with Mike is at that point so that she doesn't so that in her mind she is able to detach from Mike because she keeps it because of the little things that she's done because she doesn't tell anyone about Mike because she doesn't bring that up or she doesn't want to think about that because it hurts her because of that it's easy for her to forget that he's there until she gets those notes until she gets the letters and then she's like oh I and then she feels love she feels that but it's easy for her to forget because she doesn't want to think about that and thus it was easy for her to accidentally cheat on Mike. It builds this fucking argument and gives it as strong of a fucking reason as possible so that you can empathize and understand this character. This could have been much longer. You could have really if Teshi wanted to, she could have really delved into this character and her mentality and been able to figure out a way of showing this real inner turmoil that this character has to feel for in this situation. Like what is she thinking? What was she thinking when she was cheating about on Mike? How did this even happen? How could this have come to be? But this is it. It's just when things are stressful and someone's right beside you, yeah, I don't know if you'd understand, yeah,
I don't know if Mike was ever really feeling lonely though. He had a lot of friends.
yeah. It would
Anyway,
have been better if it's like she all I want, all I fucking want is for Sandy to acknowledge the flaws in her own relationship with Mike. If she had a bit where she's like, and while I love you, there there is this distance, and and it feels
I
like
really
you
think
aren't
we should
here.
continue
Come
the
on,
I know because everything you're talking about we're about to get to again.
fine.
Uh, but doesn't that mean you and Francis are together? I can't travel with you. I can't even live in the same city as you.
But but could you imagine it one day once you graduate?
Well, I did. So even Mike is like, it's the distance, and she's like, yeah, but when you graduate. Hey, Mike is a Gary
Uh,
Stu. He's allowed to chase his friends away.
yeah. Yeah, what's a little head bashing, between friends? Is one mistake really all it takes for you to not love me anymore? Just seems so mean. Oh,
Oh my
fuck
god, the
you.
manipulation is off the charts. Just
Ugh.
says crying.
It's not. I want
Mike
to
says
even.
feeling bad.
Eh, yeah,
Mike fell
the
for it
fucking
because he's.
dialogue was okay. Like, I'm not gonna. Like, I know I fucking went on a rant about how there should have been more. You could have really fucking gotten into, like, Sandy's dilemma here, but it's serviceable. Like, she wasn't being manipulative. She was just saying what she feels. This certainly goes back to that and the problems that were in Eternal Flame.
No, I still care about you a lot. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? But how can this work when you're still lonely?
Only because I don't have you. That's how he.
Amazon?
It's his fault. Yeah, that's how he got into my head. He tried to make up for what I was missing. He took advantage of it. It wasn't right. Oh.
Yeah, it's everyone else's fault but me.
No. No. There's an underlying message here.
Oh, you
But
mean the grooming thing? Yeah, but the thing is, they're the same age. She literally said it in on the last page that we're the same age.
it's still the phrasing and the verbiage in on this panel really comes off like
He was grooming
like
her.
she was manipulated. And if we take it by that, like, I have a problem with that because that was a rule in False Idol. And it's like that I really didn't want to get into. It was a pitfall that I knew was possible, and because it's like, oh, how do we make this character who everyone hates, who has done these bad things, how do we make them sympathetic? And the BCB go-to with Lucy, if you recall, is by trauma, by having her bring that up and having that be the excuse, like, oh, how dare you? Because then it's like, oh, how dare you hate her? She's had this, but she was being emotionally manipulated. She was abused. Don't you understand? Don't you feel for this character? And I'm like, I do, but it doesn't make it right. It doesn't fucking make it right. And
No,
the
I'm not.
rule that I wanted to fucking I bring it up because there was the rule that I wanted to put into False Idol was, or that is in False Idol, is that there is nothing in Sandy's life that is like to that level of wrong. Like, she's not like fucking strung out. She's not like a junkie. She's not like emotionally. She's not abused or anything like that. That I didn't want us to go into that direction and fall into those ways. I'm like, keep it simple, keep it natural. this sort of thing, keep it grounded, because and show how this sort of thing can happen, because this can happen, and explore that as a natural fucking problem, because that way the character is fully in has full agency. they their actions are their own actions, and you can better empathize with them. You don't have to fucking fall under the shield of being like she was taken advantage of. Like, die. Don't. I
I
hate it.
I think that's one way to interpret this. I think the other thing is that she could just be like warping it in her own mind to make herself seem less guilty. Like she had agency. So there's two ways that they could have gone with this. The first way is to actually really hit hard, and I know you don't like it, and you're gonna be like, no, no, it's bad. I do not like it. But I think it would have been an interesting route, and she could have made some commentary about it, especially with like the Me Too movement,
Uh,
which wouldn't happen until years after this takes place, obviously. But to actually have, and I know it doesn't make Mike taking her back right. Okay, I get it. But to actually have her being taken advantage of by an older person, which is something that happens a lot in this industry, to have that, to have her legitimately being taken advantage of, and by an older person, and that is one why her mom was suspicious, why her mom would have killed them if she knew what they were up to, why the whole thing around Francis was just really weird. uh, it would make way more sense than just some random guy. So the other way, since it's not like someone who's older, like 23 or older, that's like taking advantage of this girl who's clearly missing her boyfriend. Um, the other way you could take it is that she is manipulating the series of events in her own mind to make her seem less guilty than she is. Like, oh, it wasn't my fault. It was all him. He did it to
that's
me. Even
yeah.
though she just admitted that she was in on it. So now, like, when Mike is like pushing back on her, she's trying more drastic tactics. Like, oh, I know I just said that, but actually, I'm actually being manipulated. I'm the victim here. Even though she said I should have known better, so I don't know. But neither of those is the case. And you understand now why I was like, it feels like a missed opportunity for Teshi not to have gone down either of those routes instead of just leaving it at face value and just having it be like a weird gray area.
Anyway.
This comic hasn't really shied away from really skeevy, gross, uncomfortable things, as we've seen.
mm, It just wasn't appropriate. Like my mother said, I should have known better. He confused me. But when I think about you, it's so obvious. Except for when I was talking with you. I guess I
Just an
wasn't thinking
hour
about you
ago,
at that bit. I don't know.
and just keep this in mind. She literally had all these revelations in less than an hour. She changed her mind on all and had all these ideas. You understand why, and we haven't even reached the end of this. You understand why this phone call did more damage to Eternal Flame than if she had just never done it. Even the original phone call would have been better than this, but she couldn't do that because she reused the dialogue in Track Meet.
Mm.
So she wrote herself into a corner, and instead of just taking a little bit of a break so she could finish Link play, she was like, no, let's do this. And make Mike seem like the biggest, dumbest idiot that ever lived.
Rachel, I'm so sorry.
But won't we just end up in the same place again? Nothing's really changing. I don't want to hold you back. I don't want to hold your life back. I don't want you to hold your life back for me.
I can always talk to you more often. I'll try harder than ever to show you how much you matter to me. I already blocked him, and while you were gone, I told my mother everything, and we're not working together ever again.
This all happened in the course of an hour. Crazy. Mental.
Wow.
Like, if this phone call had taken place a few days later, uh, it could make more sense of her coming to all these thoughts. But also, it would made it even less realistic that Mike would have taken her back. Imagine we haven't got to another flame, but that's the next one. Imagine the another flame events happening, and then when Sandy calls him back, Mike takes her back anyway. It would make even less sense than it already makes. So, are you understanding? Well, you understand why Mike's decision to take her back in Eternal Flame literally makes no sense on any narrative or meta level or character level. It, it's crazy, and I don't think that it's any surprise that their Patreon subscribers have gone down since that chapter ended. I don't think it's any surprise that the code threads have kind of been dying off really quickly. It's like people are. I feel it in the wind. It's like people are losing interest in this comic because it's like you blew your load and now the comic doesn't really have a direction. Like, well, what happens now? Like, I don't know. I'm going off on a fucking tangent. I'm sorry. You don't have to do that. All that. You can't just.
I promise you, he's done. And I'm not going anywhere. I was supposed to leave an hour ago, but I told her I needed to talk to you again. I need tonight to be for you.
Wait, they're in different time zones. She said it was
Ah.
early in the morning.
Yeah, who knows?
Wait, what? Wait a minute. Hold. This
She's
timeline doesn't make
having
any
a
sense.
Oh,
I
Bittersweet Candy Bowl's timeline is weird.
wait. Okay, let's see. Calls her. Picks up. Uh, where is it?
Anyway,
Where is it?
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick.
Uh, resending, huh? Hello? What? It's 4 a.m. It is 4 a.m. where she is. Okay? Keep that in mind. Mike was only gone out of the house, we'll say, for like an hour. Actually, maybe we can actually figure it out. 10:37 p.m. on the phone for him. Is there a clock in this room? I know there's a clock. It's cleverly there is no. On. Where is it?
I'm back.
So it is currently 10:37 where Mike is. It's 4 a.m. where she is. So she's in another country. It's 4 a.m. and then here she's saying, I was supposed to leave an hour ago. Even though it was 4 a.m. and we're gonna say it's only been like an hour since she hung up. I can't really find a clock. I know the time that Mike came back was 10:37. So was she asleep or was she about to wake up? Was she supposed to leave at 4 a.m.? Who wrote this? What's happening? I don't understand. What's the timeline here? She says I need tonight to be for you. But but it's like 5 it's like 5 a.m. It's 5 a.m. when they're having this conversation. I don't understand. What do you mean tonight? Does she realize that it's is she saying tonight because it's Mike's tonight? I what?
No.
I don't know. If Teshi could join and answer these questions or like write a timeline, just a quick little sketch like, okay, this is the series of events. because they don't have an official timeline. And you think they would have that, like the author would know exactly when every single thing takes place. Like when I was writing Scarf and Bow, I had to stop and like, okay, these events take place on this day at this time, even the stuff I hadn't written yet, so I knew that it would all make sense canonically, and that there so that things could line up so they happened on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
To be fair, I had a I had done a time flux anomaly in early January pages because there's a bit where say where in right before Just Beautiful, like um there's a panel where Lucy marks her calendar for when Sandy's fashion show is, and it's like before Christmas or something. And or yeah, it's like right before Christmas. But then we go in later or maybe after Christmas, somewhere around that. But after that whole thing, like we were supposed to have, I was like, okay, sweet, we're gonna go to the party, have a Christmas party. But wait, we're gonna have to do. But wait, we're gonna have to bring up At Loose Ends, which was a Christmas episode, but this can't be like right after that. It's gonna be the New Year's special. So okay, it's a New Year's party, and if you just read the dialogue, like you'll never catch it. But if you paid attention to that damn calendar, you'll find out that I made a foobar because now the modeling, now Just Beautiful, takes place at the same time as 10 seconds to midnight, essentially. And somehow, what was supposed to happen before right before Christmas is now happening at New Year's. So I can kind of get that, but that's just sloppy writing. But again, that is also sloppy writing.
This is, but yeah, but that was kind of like your first foray into a long form comic. This is somebody who's been doing this for like 15 years.
Yeah.
uh, and is also doing it professionally and getting paid to do it. Like I said, I could be
Money.
completely wrong. Teshi, like I said, the inner machinations of Teshi's mind are an enigma. And if she has like an actual timeline, I'll take a look at it. But the only timeline that we have is stuff that the community has made.
But yeah, it does. That is a weird line, weird incongruity. But, you know, time, especially small time like hours and stuff like that. I mean, there is of course a much worse example of how long did this take. But we've already talked about that enough.
Yeah, but the other thing is that the I think the time difference thing wasn't even brought up in the original phone call.
Eh.
Go ahead.
Nonetheless, I was ruining things for myself by breaking up with you. You're.
Wait, did
Yeah.
you read the stuff at the top? Oh.
Right. Michael, what are you worried about? I've got plenty of other gigs lined up for next year. Honestly, maybe I should be working less often.
Alright, then why are you talking about dropping out of school to work more?
Uh,
Oh, I guess she forgot the thing.
Cause she's stupid, lol.
I shouldn't be a bad influence. I don't want to ruin anything for you.
I was ruining things for myself by breaking up with you. You're my rock, you know? Uh, I love you, Michael. Only you.
Dang, and he's thinking about Lucy and he's crying because he knows he's thinking about Lucy.
Can we please just try? Try one more time? For me? Uh,
If
Michael?
I deserve all this, I'm no better.
Oh, stop beating yourself up. I've made my decision. Hey, what time is it now anyway? Can't we just talk? Like old times? What do you want to talk about? I'm here.
Well, but he never really took her back. He didn't say, I take you back. He just was talking to her.
Yeah.
Did he take her back or not? Well, anyway, any other person would have hung up the phone. Like he's thinking about Lucy the whole time. He's frustrated with her. He keeps coming up with things, and he doesn't just. Why did you take her back then? What? I do not understand. You write the character to be stupid. He's so dumb. Like he admitted he was dumb, but like this is inhumanly stupid. Nobody would take her back. You could still be your friend, but like you didn't have to be in a relationship with her. Like,
Yeah.
but he never says I'm taking you back. But later he says, "Well, I forgave her," and they're like together. Like I don't. So has he like? Is that the catch? Is the catch that Mike never officially took her back, and is just talking to her as a friend?
Except, here's a question. Why wouldn't he tell Augustus that?
Hey, shut up. Have you considered? Have you considered?
If
I
this is
forgot.
all just a misunderstanding, why don't you fucking tell someone that? No,
Uh,
no,
no,
no.
no, because you know why I say this? I say this because Mike, when he runs after Lucy in the hallway, I've been trying to figure out why Mike said this line outside of, it's a drama, it's a cliche drama line, but he says, "Wait, you didn't let me finish." Was the thing he was going to say, "I never really took her back. I'm just talking to her"? Is that it? Did I figure it out? Did I figure out the end of BCB? That's the only thing that could possibly make sense to me, and maybe he just like maybe I'm short circuiting. I don't understand why.
I don't care.
I anyway, that's the end. Are you excited? We're at Link Play. Here come the fluffy boys. It's gonna get great again. We love games.
32 pages.
I mean, I'm off all day tomorrow. We can put a pin in it and come back and finish it tomorrow. If you want.
No, we said we were going to finish this. We're going to finish this.
Alrighty, let's go. Haha. Everything's open late in the days leading up. Oh wait, no. So, what are your overall thoughts on call? Did you think, were you more understanding towards Mike's decision? Did you think that it was even a necessary intermission? What are your thoughts?
Um, well, when it came out, I am completely apathetic to it. And I said here's the feelings that I said about it when it came out was that, especially when someone pointed out that, oh, this is actually not an intermission, it's a BCI. I'm like, oh, great. So this is a complete waste of our fucking time. That is what this is. So none of this actually matters. I don't care. I cannot care about whatever the fuck is being said here because it doesn't actually apply. It's just a thought. It's just a thought experiment about, oh, what would happen if this happened, and
Actually, it's not a
I have
BCI.
no interest.
It's not a BCI. It was just drawn that way because Teshi was working on Link Play and she needed something easy.
I thought you said. I thought I was told that it was, and that it was going to be removed later.
No,
That's why we wanted to get this done.
another
Fast.
flame, which is the next chapter after this one, is the BCI.
Oh, fuck me.
On call
Wait, how
actually
many
happened
fucking
canonically. That's what happens right
what?
after. That's what happens during Eternal Flame. That's why I was like, that's why we should read it when we do Eternal
Oh,
Flame, because it actually happened.
then again, then again, let again. Why the fuck is it not? Then why is it not shade? Anyway, but again, my problem with it is that it's very flip flopping on what Sandy's character is. It really is at least trying to give her more of a character and purpose, but there's so many elements of manipulation and her going back and forth about it that it's very wishy-washy and still feels wrong. It's still it's like you're trying to make a character after you've already kind of no, it is literally just trying to build a character out of someone you just nuked and pigeonholed into being an antagonist and being like, oh look, they feel sorry about it, oh great, too little too fucking late, dude. What the hell's wrong with you? Like it doesn't make sense. And again, it doesn't fucking matter. All I can think of in this chapter is just that this should have one this should have been either put in this should have been in the actual thing if you actually fucking meant this, if you actually wanted this, you should have fucking put that. But it's clear that you didn't. It's clear that you got the pushback and realized I should have done more with this. And oh, we should have actually made her into a proper character instead of a plot device. But you didn't. And you kind of have to live with that and work with what you have to kind of backpedal and work with what you have in reverse, which is not a good thing.
When has Teshi ever used the flashback to retcon thing? Never. She's never done that, ever. Not in a
but
million years.
but yay. I she's still Sandy is still not there. She is more, I will say that she at least feels less of just a plot device. We are at least giving a bit of lip service to problems that I pointed out with the character and things that we could have done, but it's still very lacking. It feels shallow in its execution. Almost like you felt you were doing this because you felt the need to, then you did this because you really wanted to show this character and explore them and their potential.
It was done more out of just to have a buffer for link play.
Oh,
Which I'll give Teshi this. Link play does have some pretty spicy backgrounds for this comic. I know you're gonna be like, why does the water look like a bodily fluid? But
what?
you'll see. You'll see when we get there.
No.
It looks. If you thought the globby tears were weird, wait, wait till you see the wait till you see the scoom water. Anyway, this is gonna be a good chapter until Lucy.
Baba Booey.
Oh,
Oh,
hello, hello,
I'm in
Weenie.
class. I'm in classes.
All right, we'll go back to class.
What did you say, Michael?
Oh, damn, I was gonna disconnect him. Uh, this is gonna be a great chapter until it's not.
all right.
Everything up until Lucy shows up is great.
Can't wait to point out the gun.
Oh yes, my favorite. Anyway, everything's open late in the days leading up to Christmas, so I'm not too worried about the time really. Haha, yeah, early as usual. Oh, that's interesting. That actually it brings that it's like poetry, it rhymes. She actually on the next on the most recent page in the next chapter, he actually shows up early for his and James' date. It's an interesting thing. Anyway, James and the gang should be here soon, though. Oh, yeah, I should keep a lookout for... Oh, that's them now. Gotta go. Love you, Sandy. Bye. Hey, guys. Hey, Mike. Wait, what was his voice? Hey, Mike. How long were you waiting? Oh, not all that long. I was just on the phone anyway. Smart, athletic, and considerate of other people's time. We are not worthy. Good. Thanks. So, you got a lot of people to buy gifts for? Well, it'd be nice to find something for Abby and Paulo. And I already...
Fuck Daisy.
And I already bought everything for my family on Black Friday, so there's really not much left. I'm mainly here to hang out. Wow. You're so on top of everything.
Keep it together, dude. Also, again, this panel confirms it. This, let me look at the next. Oh wait, nope. Next page does it.
You know what was
for
funny?
No reason.
So the page preview for this one, everyone thought that Finn and Lucas were holding hands because of the way the preview was done. It looked like they were holding hands. We were like, oh shit. How does that make you feel, Anthony Moose? How would you feel?
I would not care because they're not characters.
Oh, it's a splash page. Look at them.
Okay, yeah, this is where this confirms it. It was just that one chapter that Teshi was like, oh, we should give the Snout Dog 2 eyes. And then now, look at that fucking fourth panel on page 2. You have so much room for a second one right there. Why not? Why not just give him a second fucking eye? Jesus fucking Christ, woman.
Oh yeah, I don't know. His hair is in the way. He's Jay Herschel.
It's not even like that's the excuse for the fucking that intermission. But this here does not make sense. He at least has his second eye in the next page, but then it's gone.
It's a good splat. Look, it's the Wii. Remember the Wii?
It's stupid.
It's weird how sometimes there's like real life stuff in the comic, and then other times there's like parody stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know if like and there's like Lego Tank, and then the next to it there's like Super Gun. It's a gun. So I don't know. I feel like if you're building a world, you should either pick like it's gonna be real world stuff, or it's just all gonna be like parody stuff. And I mean, maybe you could do both. I don't know. I personally wouldn't do that.
It's a lot of work, and no one's gonna pay too much attention.
Gun. It's a gun. He's playing the Wii. Look at him. He's a freaking noob. At least he's wearing the strap. Teshi is promoting good Wii habits. Oh wait. Oh, they have the Wii Motion Plus on it too. Look at that. The little thing at the bottom. Oh, they're reading Mang. You ever read Mang?
Oh.
Look, they're both weebs. Unacceptable. See, this is great because we're actually getting to see the characters be themselves outside of the relationship stuff, and that's why it's so good. That's why everyone loves the track team, because it's finally not the relationship stuff.
Hold on, son. It's just a fucking splash page. Let's get to the next page and actually read.
All right. So, are you a gamer? It's kind of an embarrassing hobby, isn't it? I think even by the late 2000s, gaming was like... this takes place in 2008. I feel like gaming was not really... When Teshi and Suitcase grew up, if you were a gamer, yeah, you got the shit beat out of you. But like by 2008, most people were into video games. It wasn't like an embarrassing thing. At least from my perspective. Like most people I knew when I was in high school, which was around the time... Okay, I started high school in 2010. Most people had like Xbox 360s, PlayStation 3s, Wiis. So it wasn't like nobody did it. Most people played games. In fact, if you didn't play games, it was kind of like a weird thing to do. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Gonna take a drink every time someone complains about splash pages. Well, you are going to be dead. So good luck with that. I don't complain about
That was
splash
the joke
pages.
of Eternal Flame.
What? No way. I just haven't been able to play much at home since I busted my PS2 a couple years back. Bastard. What? What what do you spend your time doing then? Wait, what? Why would there be a comma and then doing and then? What?
Maybe she wanted to emphasize the word doing, but forgot that you can italicize.
Or do all caps like she does so often. What do you like? Rocks! Like collecting them or climbing them? So there was a lot of edits of this page as well, and yeah, I don't have to say it, but you know. I love rock climbing, hiking, camping, surfing, pretty much anything involving getting out into nature. It's why I always felt so excited to see you out at the park. You get it, right? Oh, gee. So he was stalking him even when he was in private school.
I guess.
Oh, geez. Sorry to disappoint you with the video games then. No, this just shows me you can be a nerd and a jock. You're so multi-talented, Mike. I would hardly call being on track team for a single day being a jock. I don't know. Didn't they say they practice on Saturdays, but then they immediately practice on a school day? What's happening?
I don't know.
What's happening in the comic? What's going on here? Wait. We got separated from everybody. Think they all checked.
Oh, great.
What?
They don't. Again, the rest of the team don't fucking matter.
Just give it a moment. Think they all checked out around the toy aisle. We'll find them later. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't usually buy toys anymore. I just like seeing what they have. Dude, it's okay. I got everyone's numbers. We're all here for different things. Alright. Well, it's been a lot of fun just hanging out with you anyway. ... When it comes to see a movie on Saturday then? Isn't that when you guys do practice?
Nah, forget it.
Oh? There's this weird French indie film I've been wanting to see, but none of the other guys care about it, and I would feel like such a loser going alone. Hey, that sounds good. I'd love to go. Really? You wouldn't be bored? I love seeing artsy movies. Since when? Okay. Daisy recommends this kind of stuff to me all the time. Come to think of it, you and Daisy would really get along. You and Daisy would get along really well. Oh? What's she like? A lot like you, actually. Daisy. Oh, you're talking about that tall, curly ragamuffin girl. Yep, that's her. The one who followed you to practice and just stared the whole time? She's not always like that. Don't worry, I know her well enough. She's always chatting up Paulo when he's on shift. They have a little thing going on, don't they? With Paulo? No way. Paulo and Daisy are...
It's felt that way for a while.
just... friends.
You don't have to worry about me anymore.
Well, anyway...
Oh no, he's doing that fucking stupid mouth too. Oh god, it's blurring. It's peeking into his eyeball.
Oh no!
That's why you don't do that.
Luke's
Oh, thank
facing
God,
me
he
really
has his
got
second eye back.
I'm so sorry, Anthony. I should be... Oh, he's not in the call anymore. Big oof. Hold up. I'm sorry, Anthony. I should be looking at the Discord chat more often. There. Yeah, you got a second eye back. Yay! 2 eyes!
Oh, there you are.
You lovebirds done yet? Huh? Wow, nice joke, Finn!
You got what we needed. If you're done, too.
We're hitting up Fiesta Pizza again. You're coming too, right, Mike? Yeah, I'd say we're about done. And I never say no to pizza. You cool with that, Mike? Mike? Okay, look at the fountain. The fountain. Look at the fountain in that one page. It's white. You can't see through it, and you go to the next page, and it's clear. I don't know. Mike? What? What's wrong, Amazon?
What?
What's wrong?
No, I'm not paying attention to it.
Oh. Mike? Can we go to the arcade first, pretty please? Oh, she didn't put a period here.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. I'm down.
Oh man, if I'm honest, I was thinking the same.
Let's not take forever, though. I'm getting hungry. I haven't been in there in a long time. I just want to see if they got any new games. That's all. Mike, why didn't you say something earlier? Whoa, what do you want to play? Let me get some quarters. Wow, look at all. Let's see if you can notice what all these arcade machines are. Let's see. We got Street Fighter. We got some game with maracas. We have Dance Dance Revolution, but it's called Ocelot 2. I already have a few. Hey, there's enough of those Formula One machines for all of us to play. And then, boom, boom.
Yeah.
So when this chapter came out, everyone was very excited. We were like, we're gonna get mic time with the bros. It's gonna be great. Gonna have a laugh. Everyone's having a great time.
You mean like what track meet should have been?
Yes, and then the white sheet even showed up, and everyone lost their fucking minds. It wasn't even just 4chan. It was the Patreon comments as well. It's just like, it just went crazy. And
I'm
so
sure.
there was an individual who created an edit. I think you've seen these pages, Amazon, where they replaced Lucy with Stacy, and like the art was so well done that if you didn't know it was an edit, you would have thought it was the actual page. It was so good. Let me see if I can bring it up. I swear. In message. Where is it? Let's see, general. I thought I had all Stacy pages, so we're gonna take a look. Check this out. Look at this. Look at that. Oh wait, that's fine. Let me open up Streamlabs. Where is this week? Yeah, look at this. Look at how good the edit it is. Like, would you even be able to tell this wasn't an actual page? I mean, you would be like, oh, well, something's a little bit different, but like, if you didn't know, if you never read, if I hadn't told you anything about Link Play and I showed you like these Stacy pages, would you have even noticed? Would you have like even known that it wasn't the actual pages?
Well, that mouth shape isn't really a common one. That isn't one that I remember Teshi using much, but I can understand it. Yeah,
it's really good. I made a whole video.
Credit to the thing, it's good. Although Mike's face, although I will say, yeah, Mike's face in the edit is, and that one's noticeably different. I would notice that something is different about that expression.
Yeah, it's a bit different.
It's not common.
I made a whole video about these pages because they were so cool, and I was like, these are cool pages, but they missed the point. And the point is that Mike is going to hold true to his promise, and he's not going to talk to Lucy. So let's see what happens in the actual pages. And you know what? I think what?
No. Before we move on, I just want to point out something, because the moment I saw that first panel, I realized that, and I'm like, that is wrong. That's correct, but it's wrong. That gun is not right because it's too right, because it's correct. All right. You see how it's got 3 circles, right, on the inside for the barrel. It makes sense because you have the inner line, the outside line, and then the inside line to show that there's a barrel. And it's dark on the inside to show that it's hollow and that, because a barrel for a pistol is hollow. And the reason why a barrel needs to be hollow is because there is a small projectile that is going through that barrel and it needs to go through. However, this is not a real gun, or at least it's not supposed to be a real gun. That should be white and clear because it's a light bulb, because it's a laser. That's how light guns work. Nothing is supposed to go through that. Lucy doesn't have a light gun. She has a real gun. She has a real gun. If it has a barrel like that, that is a gun. And putting too much detail kind of made this bad.
She goes the extra mile for us because she loves us.
No. She gave Lucy a gun. A real fucking gun. She's gonna kill Mike.
Honestly, yes. Oh, yeah, dude, I love Maggot Mania. Once that girl's finished, let's beat it on 2-player. Why don't we start on something else and come back later? Nah, man, she's nearly done. That's the last boss of the expert stage. Just a couple more bazooka shots and... Yeah, she did a little jump. Little Lucy dance. It's nice. It's cute. And then, oh man, bump, bump. They see each other. Crazy. Whoa, those are the full credits. You were playing from the start? You were playing this from the start? How'd you get past the sewer slugs? I dump like $10 on continues every time. And dude, 92% accuracy on expert? Are you kidding?
What are you doing here?
Just waiting to play after you.
Who are you? I wasn't talking to you, idiot. I was... Never mind.
I guess
I'm all done. Go wild.
I guess James never saw Lucy before in his whole life.
That is weird. That is a weird pose. It's like I assume that she's backpedaling, but if she is, she's about to fall on her ass.
She's got that big old tail to keep her propped up.
Shush.
Damn, what's her deal? Oh my god, dude, you have no fucking clue. Where do we start? Well, whatever. Let's play. Right. Click, click. So people pointed this out. It was an interesting little thing that Mike pointed the gun toward himself while testing it out, and everyone's like,
"Yeah, of course."
Mike, suicide arc win. I gotta go when my track team boys are gonna play. I'll watch the video next time. All right, man. You have a great day, dog.
Yeah. See ya.
But do you like that little detail though? That was definitely purposeful.
Yeah, I saw it.
Whoa, Mike! I can't keep up with you. You're basically as good as that girl was. Do. Is there anything you're not awesome at? Good. Being a friend, for one thing. What was that? Nothing. Anything else? Anything else you want to play? Oh, come to think of it, I never leave this place without at least one game of... What? But I also like... what about... I was thinking, how about... Dang. You and that girl have very similar tastes. What is
she must what, did she not actually get... Is she in multiple places at once? Yeah, can't she get on one after she leaves?
She teleports around the arcade, so...
Oh,
No,
she's
wait.
just being selfish then.
No, she has clones. It's the only explanation. Look, they have laser vision. She has clones. I have a theory that Lucy actually died from that fall, and the person who came back was a clone. It would make so much sense. Also, one of her clones has 6 disembodied hands.
Yes.
I've actually played that game that she's playing right now. It's a fun game. The one with the 6 hands, but I only had 2 hands, so I didn't do too
She
good.
went Rayman.
I hit 200 subs versus the cosplay. I gotta get the money for it. I don't really have a lot of money right now. I'm kind of poor. Yeah. Oh wow. But they're also very similar. Did you hear that? Did you get it? Hey, did you see that how similar Mike and Lucy are? Did you see?
Oh.
In sharp contrast to when Mike and Sandy hung out at the arcade and they weren't having a good time.
Yeah.
Did you get it? Did you see it? Do you get it now? They're perfect for each other.
I very much, yes.
No way! Maybe we should just leave. What? Because of her? She doesn't own the place. I couldn't possibly expect you to understand. Understand what? Look, she moved on to something else. You want to try this one? Are you okay, Mike? James, this one's got room for 6 players. Come on, before anyone else sits down. Oh, awesome! Don't let anyone else take those last 2 seats. Wait, aren't there 5 of us? And then Lucy's there. Wah. Hey, want to be car number 6?
What?
There's room for 6 players, right? Me and my friends make 5, so if you join, it'll be a full race. Come on, I bet you'll blow us away.
Well, I have the right to be here, and I'm not gonna let you scare me away.
What was that? It's a little loud in here.
I said sure.
So when this page came out, I was like, okay, Lucy doesn't know that Mike said that he wasn't going to talk to her anymore. So from her perspective, Mike is just following her around the arcade acting really weird. And I was like, all right, I get it. Lucy, there's a misunderstanding, and she doesn't realize that Mike is, like, he doesn't want to be there, and he doesn't want to be doing this to her. So Lucy being a bitch, I was like, it's understandable. She doesn't realize what she's saying. Just keep that in mind. That's what I got from this, personally. This is gonna be so good. Don't laugh if I come in last place. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh.
Then playing Daytona USA. He's in first place. Everyone's like, oh man, is Mike gonna throw the race to let Lucy come in first? I think he did though. But maybe not. He freaking rammed him. Fucking base, dude. Ouch! Wow, so close. She stole it from you at the last second. You were robbed, Mike. James, you're still in the final lap. Pay attention. Huh? Oh, right. Last place. And I think it's gonna stay that way. Lucy! Wait! I was hoping Mike would win unironically. So, I busted my ass working on that Link plays Stacy video. And I defended Lucy being in this chapter. Because I said the reason she is here is because it is showing that Mike is not going to talk to her even when they are constantly being pushed together. He's going to stick to his guns and do the right thing. And then this page came out the next day. Literally the next day after I uploaded that video. And I put a lot of work into that video. I was livid. I couldn't believe it. I was like, why would you do that? Why would you waste our time for 2.5 weeks and just have him talk to her anyway? Why?
Wasting time. Teshi? What? It's like I've been trying to warn you this whole time.
I don't I don't get it. I don't understand. I was like, all right, good. So basically, this is the last time I tried to predict anything in this comic, and also, I can't believe I actually I went up to bat for this comic, and I thought I was fair in my video. I was like, yeah, the Stacy pages are really freaking badass. They are awesome, and it's cool, but they missed the point, and everyone told me that I was crazy, that Lucy was there for no reason, and it was just pointless drama. And I was like, no, Teshi wouldn't do that. She wouldn't be spending so much time on this just to do a 180 and do the thing that she does all the time. And wouldn't you know
will be different.
This time will be different. And it was not. But let's
It was
continue.
different at all, Steve.
I'm sorry for making things awkward. I really didn't know you'd be here today. I didn't mean to keep bumping into you. I swear it wasn't on purpose. I just didn't know how to get him to knock it off. And, as well, I'm sorry for being such a terrible friend. I'm sorry about Sandy.
You told Augustus you wouldn't talk to me again.
So I was like, well, I was wrong about the talking thing, but at least I would be right about her not understanding that Mike was trying to avoid her, and she said that comment not because she's being a bitch, but because she doesn't understand. But no, she knew. So I was like, oh, okay, so everyone lost. Mike talked to Lucy. Lucy was just being a bitch. Okay. All right, cool. It's good. Good characters. These are your main characters of the comic. All right. I was completely wrong about everything. I am big enough to admit when I am wrong. I will be happy about it, but I'll admit it. Anyway, like, do you understand? Like you do understand, but like, first off, it could just be my own personal bias, but do you agree with Lucy's statement about what she said to Mike about trying to scare her away when she knew what Augustus had told her?
I think she doesn't I think she's more telling herself that because she feels pressured by Mike's presence, and she doesn't want to worry. Like it's a lot there. It's a line that I used in January because Lucy goes to the party, goes to happy hour party, even though they know that Mike was invited, and says, "Look, I don't want to let his or Sue. When everyone starts piling in, like Lucy's nervous. She's watching over her back and trying to see if Mike is actually coming. And Sue's like, "Hey, you said that you weren't going to worry about Mike. You said you wouldn't him being here, his presence, stop you from enjoying yourself." And I think that's the whole point of this, but more like Lucy telling herself that, trying to reiterate, like, you know what? No, I'm gonna have a good time here. I'm not going to let Mike being here, fucking get in the way of me enjoying myself.
Yeah, no, all right, that makes sense. I think the other thing too, this chapter went a long way to showing that Lucy really has finally completed her independence arc. She has now become Omega Lucy or Alpha Lucy, She can deal with Mike being there and not spurg out. This is the first time she's been in a conversation with someone that didn't end in a screaming match.
No, she didn't yell at Mike in Witch Hunt.
Oh, well, recently it's the only one that hasn't ended in a screaming match. She just accepted it. That's pretty good. That's tight. Epic.
I
Anyway,
wouldn't say good.
I did. I'm sorry. I won't. I just had to let you know.
Thanks.
Walks off into a crowd of very tall blob people. Based. Dab. Hell yeah. It's good. I like it. While Lucy's inclusion was like, I don't know, in this chapter, she at least handled herself well. And while I think what Mike said was good, it was fine. I was also like, I wish he just hadn't said anything at all. I wish he had just watched her walk away and just sadly, longingly stood there at the entrance of the arcade watching her walk off. But that didn't happen. Hey, there you are. Oh my god, are you actually done now? I'm starving. Me too.
Me too. That last race was pretty good, though.
You're still coming with, right? Of course I am. Look how happy. Look how much happier the track team makes them.
Hello, recycled face.
Hell, look how happy James makes.
Oh.
Do you understand the implications of this?
No.
Do you understand the date that is to happen?
No.
They will kiss. Be good. And that'll be the end.
Oh my god, the yellow cat gets to show off both of his ears.
Well,
Finally.
plug.
It sounds like you guys had a blast.
Yeah, it was actually pretty awesome. Though all that pizza left me in a bit of a food coma.
Well, I know I'd be exhausted. You know how I was at the arcade.
It's actually pretty energizing when you're part of a big group like that.
Good. Next time I'm over, they can entertain you while I shop.
And when will that be? Are you ready? Why don't you shake my hand? Shake a pulse in his hand.
Honestly, I was... Huh?
Go ahead.
No, I was reading the line.
Yeah, go ahead.
Honestly, I was gonna try to keep it a surprise, but the way this break is turning out, I might be able to visit Roseville sometime in February. I thought we could spend Valentine's Day together.
Look at the uwu face. What do you
I
think
did.
she's thinking?
Oh,
She's. I won't say what she's thinking, but we thinking the same thing.
my head is empty.
You know it. You know what she thinking.
Brains
You know
on
what
the
she
wall.
thinking. She said we gonna pick up where we left off, and Haley ain't gonna interrupt us this time. That's what she's thinking. I mean, she.
In the gutter, and my brains are on the wall.
Oh man, look at the uwu face, her hand, the way that she's like posed, the her scruffy hair. She's like, yeah, it's gonna be raw. Oh boy. I don't know if Mike's gonna survive to Valentine's Day. I ain't gonna lie. That sounds pretty nice.
Well, don't get too excited.
Sorry. It's just a surprise. Sometimes things don't hit me until the day before they happen.
Sure. Or maybe you've got better things to do than hang out with me now.
Damn straight. He's got the track team. Sandy, that's not true. I'd love to see you again. I'm really happy that you're making all this time for me. And this news is even better.
It's the least I could do.
Lost his face.
You've been so patient and nice to me all this time, and I gotta put in the effort too.
This isn't a competition.
I know, but before it just didn't feel right. I want to show you how serious I am. I'm still so thankful you took me back. I don't want you to regret it.
So this is things that make me think, well, maybe Sandy and him aren't actually bad together. Like, what's the harm? Hello, donate to be honest, I haven't read the newest page because when I read them when they came out, I was sad because I had to wait so long. You're gonna have to wait even longer
Yes.
because it's only one update a week. So
It feels so much better to talk to someone who's known me all this time. Someone I don't have to think about how to act with. You don't know how refreshing it is to have someone like you. Nobody my mother says I have Nobody my mother says I have to be nice to. And the drama and the faking.
you have no idea. There's so much drama, dude. This guy's a drama magnet. I'm so sorry you're I'm sorry you're so lonely.
I'm not lonely when I'm with you.
But I can't be there every day.
I know. But that's just show business, right? Besides, I still enjoy it. It's just not all I want. You complete the picture, Michael. You matter more than you know. I want to prove that.
I hope Valentine's Day will be good for us.
I know it will be. It's so good to it was so good to visit you last time, and this year is going to be so much better.
Do I need to book us a fancy dinner? How do you even do that?
That's where I come in. That's where I come in. Don't you worry, I'll make the plans.
Is it just me or does Mike's face head seem extra chubby because of how small his mouth is in those two panels?
Yes.
It's like he's got a big old chubby cheeks.
As evidenced by Snout Dog, Teshi doesn't really get mouth placement. I still fucking hate that dog.
Please don't be mean towards Finn. He didn't do anything wrong.
His why is his mouth obligatorily like 10 inches away from his nose? Your mouth shouldn't be like that.
Hold up. Trophy next paycheck. I actually have all these stuff lined up. Okay, splash page. Alright, so let's see. He's thinking about a guy that looks with a fluffy chest. More fluffy chest boys. Just forever now. He's thinking about Sandy with another guy. And then he's thinking about Lucy with nobody. He's thinking about the track team. And James offering his hand in marriage. And then he sleeps. And the end takeaway is that his future is with the Hornets. He's going to become a track man. He's going to get a full scholarship. Okay, another flame. So this is the BCI intermission. This is what... Now, we have to... This... I don't know if this is literally exactly what Teshi would have in mind if Mike hadn't picked up the phone call, or if this was just kind of like a weird what if. Like I know it's a what if, but is this like this isn't actually what I would do if he didn't pick it up? This is just like a thing I could do if he didn't pick it up? Or is this this is actually what I would do if he didn't pick it up? Kind of thing, you know?
It's just another route. Yeah.
Yeah, anyway. And then click. He thinks about Lucy. Silence. And he goes to bed. Now, I wrote a story. Actually, I won't talk about this here. I have a video coming out next week that's literally about this chapter versus Scarf and Bow. It's a good one. Anyway.
Good morning, Mikey. Oh, hey. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, Lucy. Oh.
You're talking to Mikey again?
But he sucks.
Yes, of course he does. He's a huge asshole. I wouldn't forgive him that easily for everything he's done.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I have a lot to apologize for.
The bleachers during lunch?
Yeah. I wish this was real, but I don't. Everything would have changed a bit too fast. Oh no, if she had gone this route, I think Teshi definitely would have stretched it out further and not have like compressed it. The only reason this is compressed is because it's a BCI, and you don't want like a 70-page BCI. That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the general direction that it would go.
Yeah, it's certainly condensed, and it's more playful with the with winking and nudging at, especially with the way that Daisy and Paolo reacted in there. It's like that would not be the direction that you would go for if this chapter replaced the ending of Eternal Flame. Just because that wouldn't make much fucking sense. But so I'm sure like there would be like some better naturally written way of doing that. But who knows? See. This sucks. I should be so mad at you for driving me to my lowest point. But against my better judgment, I still love you. I don't want this to depend on Sandy most of all. I don't want this to depend on Sandy most of all. I refuse to be your rebound.
You don't have to be. Look, what I wanted all this time was just to talk. If I could say I'm sorry. I never expected more. For years I focused on the worst side of our friendship, all because I wanted to be more loyal to Sandy. Any nice thing you did for me I took for granted.
The worst side of our friendship is still a problem, though. You shouldn't have had to tolerate me like I'm a charity case.
You weren't a charity case.
Get real. I put so much pressure on you by putting all of my problems on you. I still need to get better. Oh, jeez, that fuck. Again, mouth placement, please. You're better than this. I still need to get better at that.
Believe me when I say I shouldn't be dating anyone right now.
Me neither.
But I've missed you. I've missed having someone to talk to. I'm willing to take it slow. At possibly becoming friends again. Nothing more than that.
You better not try to kiss me again.
Excuse me? You were the one who kissed me!
You encouraged it.
It was still you who did it!
After what you said, how could I not?
Yeah, so, like I said, you kissed me!
Ugh, you're so annoying.
So is this saying that Mike is just like, we're just gonna be friends forever now and not like anything more? Or, like, does he mean specifically right now?
I don't know. I don't care.
I care a lot. My entire happiness hinges on this comic succeeding. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. A few days later, I'm home.
Oh, there he is, actually. Hey, idiot. Girlfriend, on the phone.
Huh? Wait,
Here. Made her promise to be nice since she's obviously the reason behind all that the other night. It sounds like she's sorry.
Hello?
Why have you been ignoring me, Michael?
Why have you been ignoring me, Michael?
On the night we had that horrible call, I made a mistake. I wanted you back. I quit all my plans that day to make it up to you, but you never picked up when I called back. But now you're here, and now I can tell you everything. I'm never going to work with Francis again. I'm taking time off work. I just need to focus on you, Michael.
Sandy. And so you see why Teshi couldn't wait a few days to have Sandy realize her mistake and call back, because then Mike would have just never gotten with her. And this is the proof. I've done a lot of thinking since then, and I don't think we should be together anymore. I think I have to think more about me.
About you? But that's so selfish, Michael. After I... What about me? I canceled all my plans for you. Is one mistake really all it took?
I guess it was.
If I could take it all back, I would. I'm so sorry. Please don't leave me. I really messed up.
Sob. It was so hard to take her back, not to take her back, because I felt so guilty.
Told you should have blocked that bitch's number.
I still care about her. I didn't want to hurt anyone. Really am a horrible person.
You didn't have to break up with her if you didn't want to.
But that would have hurt you.
Me? You could have done whatever the hell you wanted. I would have been fine.
Yeah, sure you would have. Sure you would have. You would have been just fine.
Look, again,
What? Go ahead.
The problem is that, again, it's that Mike fucking used her. He put her in that... Literally, Mike said, oh my god, did you really think that when we were doing all those things, it was because of Sandy? Oh, I'm sorry for making you feel like a surrogate replacement for Lucy. He hasn't actually said that, he hasn't actually pointed that part out. Hasn't actually apologized for that part in particular. That of course Lucy feels that he manipulated her. How is she supposed to not? That's the whole point. It's not that she's sad. She's upset that they're together now. She is upset that he fucking then he just wanted me to use me as a shoulder to cry on, and then get because Sandy was out of the picture until Sandy was back in. That is it.
Chapter 17, page 14. Lucy, I'm so sorry I treated you badly. I was so stupid about Sandy, and you've always been so patient with me, and I'm really sorry.
Yeah. But no, notice how he said, did he say specifically, I'm sorry for using you? Also,
That he was being stupid about Sandy.
Wait, what are you talking? No, you fucking... I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about this current chapter, this current conflict. What are you talking about?
Well, that's why I'm like, if it was actually what happened, I think maybe Teshi would have done that. But this is only like a general direction of where things would go.
No, but I'm saying that's what the current conflict is with Lucy, and that's what this BCI is trying to point out within this character. And
Wait. Well, I think we should read this page, and it might quell your frustration. They kind of address that a little bit. Why the hell?
But
Go ahead.
No, I'm telling my frustration with you because you were pointing out like, are you really fine? And yes, she would have been fine if this went out and Mike didn't break up with her. That's not the problem. The problem isn't that Mike is still in a relationship with Sandy. It's not that it was never that Mike owed Lucy a relationship. It's that Mike shouldn't have manipulated. Mike used her as a and used her as they say, a rebound. That was the whole problem.
Specifically in Eternal Flame, or the whole comic?
Specifically in regards to the conflict that's brought up in Eternal Flame. Or post Eternal Flame, I guess.
Yeah. I I don't know. The comic has a weird way of showing what it means. Uh, but he, I think it's gonna kind of address that a little bit in a weird sidestep kind of way. Uh, why the hell am I even talking to you about Sandy anyway? Why am I such a stupid, selfish idiot?
Hey, our issue was not being honest with each other. If talking about Sandy bugged me, I should have let you know. I'm here as a friend, okay? You gotta trust me with that.
He's like, he knows that he fucked up. He knows that he's being selfish when it comes to her. Does that make it a little bit better? That he kind of addresses it in a weird way.
I was just pointing out what I said. Yes. But again, BCI.
Yeah, nod nod. Am I really good enough to be your friend now?
What? Uh, maybe not if you keep holding these pity parties.
Yeah,
Come on, it's not late to class.
you're right. Sorry. And thank you. And this is what we could have gotten. You know those pictures where like it's like the future and like there's like flying cars and everyone's living in peace and it's like this would be society if Mike hung up the phone. Yeah, it's this would be society if Mike hung up the phone. So now that we've seen this, do you think this would have been better than what ended up happening?
Yes. It would give us a better understanding of the characters, their plight, what direction that this comic is actually going to go into, what problems need to be addressed, and how we can probably tackle them. The execution of it could be better, as we've already pointed out. Like it is definitely at parts a bit more ham-fisted and kind of forced into and very blunt and about its what it's trying to say, but yeah, it would be a better way to go, or it would show more growth and understanding and within the characters.
Well,
I do hate how Mike handled or Mike's dialogue during that whole thing and Sandy's like fucking dialogue as well. It's just oh god, so dumb.
well, like I said, if this was the actual direction the comic took, there would be more time taken for each point. This was just kind of like, all right, this is a short BCI. This is like kind of the ideas that she had, and they were good ideas. It's even more frustrating. It's like, okay, this is what everybody wanted to see, and everyone's like, yeah, this was better actually. Why didn't you do this? And then now it's like, oh, it's like completely backfired. It's like on call completely backfired because now it's like, okay, so why did Mike take her back? And another flame is like, okay, so instead of showing us why him hanging up the phone would have eventually not been good, because there's got to be a good reason why he took Sandy back, like narratively, like a meta reason that we don't know yet. I was expecting this chapter to end like, oh wow, something actually really bad would have happened if he hung up the phone. And that's the reason why it has to play out in this really weird way that doesn't make any sense at all. But we didn't get that. It was just like, oh no, yeah, it just would have been better and everyone would have actually been happy. Like, I mean, and there's still issues to suss out. It's not like all the drama is gone. Uh Having them slowly work their friendship back together and then maybe being more at some point down the line would have been really interesting to see. But we didn't get that. Instead, we got the track team, which I think is a good trade-off. You know, it's close, It's really close. But
I want to point out, literally every other character than James is not a character.
Listen, pal. If you make fun of Finn X Felix one more time, if you say that one more time about Finn X Felix, you out of here. Alright, we got the Finn X Felix comics out of it. They're great. I think that's worth it. Besides, we've only gotten like 2-3 chapters with them. Surely something great will come of them. It's just, they're more of a vessel for Mike to be happier, I think. And they're fun. They're fun. They're not drama, which is great, because it's great to have not drama, you know? It's allowing Mike to be a character outside of the drama. Which it wasn't one of your biggest criticisms of this comics that we never get to see the characters outside of the drama.
We still don't.
But
Like, you notice... No. Like, we had an opportunity there, like I said. What I'm asking for is like the birthday chapter. Or the Stacy chapter. You know, actual fucking dialogue, actual chemistry, actual fucking thing. We get bits. We get nothing but little bits and pieces with the group. We don't actually know. Well, I'd like to know, like, how does Mike interact with these characters? How do these characters actually interact with each other? And we have, instead of actually like building into that, creating some dialogue to build the chemistry into and showcase like how these characters actually feel and what they are like, we get montages, we get splash pages, we get nothing, we get voiceover where you could have, you know what we could have had, you know what I would have asked for, like, during this, if I were to edit what my edits for the arcade chapter would be. Not have Mike talking with Sandy over the pizza party. Like, just have them fucking talk about pizza and the fucking track meet. Like, whoa, like, they're like, we're gonna talk about, oh man, yeah, we're worried about this other rival school. They got the fucking top team. They have the best guys over here. We can do it. This will be our year with you, Mike. We're gonna fucking smash the darn tourney. We're gonna make it all the way. We're gonna break all the records. It's gonna be awesome. Something. That's what I mean by stuff happening outside of the comic. Like,
I get it, but I feel like this is at least a step in the right direction, right? It's a step towards that.
It's baby steps, but no, how? Because it feels like, from the impression that I get from this writing, the way that Teshi, like, almost feels the need to insert Lucy into this and bring up that part, is because she doesn't trust that sort of a chapter. It's the reason why why track meet had to have all those other elements, have Mike talking with Sandy, have Paolo and Daisy being gay and all that jazz. Like, it's because she doesn't believe that these new characters and them just shutting up and talking about nothing, it would be interesting. No one's going to want to see that.
I do.
I feel, or like, it's not going to be strong enough to hold on its own. It's the reason why the fucking birthday chapter was such a letdown and had actually nothing to do with Lucy, because she's not as interested in that. She's not as confident in that. She's not as proud or happy with that kind of chapter or story, that she's like, we have to focus on this more. We have to talk about this.
I've actually gotten to the point where I'm kind of just tired of writing like oh, they cuddle, oh, they kiss, oh, they hold hands, oh, they're blushy. it's like I've writing not so different. It's like I'm more writing everything outside of that because everything outside of that makes that stuff more impactful. It makes it more exciting when it does happen because it's like it like you're building up everything around it. But like it's not about that, you know. You're building up the characters, so when they start having emotions, you have more to work with, you have more to play with, and you better understand their mindset.
That's what I mean by saying that you need to add. That's what I mean by saying you have to ask for more with the track team. Because yes, I do like the Finn and uh, whatever his face
Felix.
is. Yeah, I like that stuff. I do appreciate that work, and I like what that artist is doing. But I know, as someone who's had to write for these characters and had to write for Sandy in particular, before all this, before they actually decided, okay, we're gonna try and make her a character. Like, I realized that you gotta put in a lot of legwork. You have to do a lot of assumptions in order to really craft into, in order to make like some of this stuff work. Because otherwise, all you're doing is just holding up two fucking dolls and being like, meow, kiss, and that's not as fun. It's not. You should get more. You should treat these characters like characters. Make them characters. And I want to see them as characters. I want to care about these guys. I really do. But they don't have anything else going. They just don't have as much focus.
It's like constantly just eating the icing off of the cake.
Yeah.
It's just like after a while you just get
There's
tired
no
of the icing.
substance.
Uh, yeah, no, I completely get it. It's just like, but that's why it was so crazy. I think Teshi could actually write stuff outside of the relationship stuff. I think a lot of people, regardless of if you're out banned or not, would really enjoy that kind of thing. That's
No, I
why
know she
everyone has loved the track team so much because of it. Like every time the track team's like, "Oh yeah, great, we're gonna do track team stuff," and it's gonna have nothing to do with the relationship stuff because we're tired of seeing it. At least for now. This is why I said, and especially considering now that Teshi is slowing down her role, why Teshi needs a group of writers. He needs like a ghost writer or something. Yeah, no, I'm being serious. And it's not like, oh, I don't think Teshi can handle it. It's just to make things easier. Like, oh, if there's like a certain area that she doesn't completely, isn't confident in writing, then she can have someone else come in and help her with that. They don't necessarily have to write everything, but they can give like a general direction of like, okay, you can do this, you can do that. And I know Suitcase is kind of like that, but as we've seen, Suitcase hasn't been the most reliable ghostwriter. The one chapter he wrote was pretty good. And it's actually kind of funny because that chapter had nothing to do with relationship stuff, so I don't really understand why. Just have it. That's why the Stacy chapter is so good. Remember that? And all it was is Stacy and Mike were going to hang out and study. And then Mike got involved in playing the online game that Sue and all of them play. And I was like, it was like building up the world, building up Mike's character, building up Stacy as a character.
Yes.
And we even got some callbacks to the beginning of the comic, like following up on all those love letters that she wrote him. So it's like she can do it. She knows how to do it. She's a giga brain, but she doesn't do it. And
that is literally what I've been saying this entire time.
I don't know if she's worried that her fan base won't buy into it, but I don't think that's true. I think they will. I think it would be really nice to just get the characters doing their own thing for a while. But the track team is baby steps, and when you start off with like having this going back to the slice of life stuff, I think that's why a lot of people like the beginning of the comic more, because it wasn't as hyper focused on the relationship stuff. It was more about building up the characters. And then Sandy gets introduced, and then it's all over from there. It's just like, all right, This is now the relationship drama hour. I don't know. We got this last chapter.
16 pages.
Good enough.
Oh my god, I just realized, yeah, that chapter was 32 pages. And we didn't even get anything out of it. Mike and Lucy are still in the same place that they were. They didn't get nearly enough for the track team. And we ended on Mike and we ended on a hint about future events.
I
Damn,
disagree.
32 pages for that.
I think we finally have seen Lucy complete her independence arc. I think that's the big takeaway, because that is Lucy's character arc for this comic. That's her arc. According to Pesci.
If so, that's a fucking lackluster way of doing it.
I mean, this is straight from the horse's mouth. She said one of the core themes of the comic is Lucy finding her independence. We also get, James has interest in Mike romantically, and that of course sets up the most recent chapter, which started today, which is the movie date, and it also, like I predicted, somehow managed to predict correctly. Paulo is jealous about it, but he's not as jealous as everyone thought he was going to be, as the chapter was leading him up to be. It just kind of fizzled. We'll get there. Let's
We're literally 16 pages away from it.
Yeah, okay.
Doing okay there, bud?
Oh, yeah, I'm just so excited for tomorrow. Why are you asking? Was I slacking off? I'm sorry if I seemed distracted.
Oh, man, we're getting faster than normal.
Oh, by the way, he's doing the Mike happy face. Remember when Sandy was coming to visit? James is doing the same face.
Yes. So what's going on tomorrow?
Hey, Paulo.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yo, Mike. Well, I'll be right there.
Finally, we get to see Mike's mom some delicious food. Your total is 1857. So, Mike, where should we meet? So, Mike, should we meet by the cafe outside? Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. These are all my lines. Fuck. Yeah, okay. Near that bike rack. I'll get there a little early in case there's a line for tickets. Oh, should I come early too? I don't want you to wait for me. If you want, I'm just a little paranoid. Haha. 7:15 it is then.
Hi! Chris!
Actually...
Thanks, Minion.
Actually, no, I'm not gonna... I don't think you could pre-order tickets in 2008.
Who knows?
But if you can... Okay. Toy!
What? I said all those lines already.
Oh, sorry.
Here's your order.
Thanks, Paulo. Sorry I can't stay any longer.
Don't worry, I'm literally just working.
See you tomorrow, Mike! Bye. And he's got an uwu face.
Yeah.
With no eyes. Isn't this shot like the same exact shot from Track Meet? Except Daisy. Oh, he's thinking of things, man. Whenever they do the uwu face with the no eyes, you're absolutely right. It comes off as way more devious. It's like, oh, like he's thinking like dirty thoughts, like, oh my god, I'm gonna wreck that Korat.
Is that why you're excited?
Oh yeah, there's this movie I really wanted to watch, and Mike said he was free. It's a weird indie thing, though. I don't think you'd like it.
Yeah, probably not. I'll finish it working up. I'll finish washing up.
Cool, thanks. Sorry I left it half done. Whistle, ooh, face. He's gonna cry, no! Damn you, James.
I really don't want to do the graveyard shift. Sorry, Lauren.
Oh.
Um, Paolo?
Hey, Daisy.
Your shift ends in a few minutes, doesn't it?
Perfect timing, like always. Here, it's for you.
Oh, okay. So this is gonna become Apollo Daisy chapter.
Yay. You're so thoughtful. Thank you. Another ooh, but this one's a little more forgivable because it is actually pursing her lips. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing's wrong. Lots wrong.
Do you want to talk about it?
It's embarrassing.
Had to charge my phone.
Okay, so James asked Mike out got on a damn movie date or something. What else could it be? When did they get so fucking buddy? I mean, he just fucking appeared 2 chapters ago. What the fuck? Like, hasn't Mike been training him with him for like a week or two? I know Mike way longer than him. I've known him way longer than Mike.
How long have you had this crush on James?
It's not a crush.
Okay, how long have you liked James as a friend?
Didn't they already go over that he had a crush on James, and now he's like, no, it's not a crush. Like, technically it's not, but like the way he's saying it makes it seem like he's embarrassed that it's a crush. Even
Oh
though she
yeah, I
already
mean he
knows.
didn't actually say that. He didn't. Well, he never stated that he actually had feelings for James. He didn't say that he wanted to be with him. He just said that he's his friend. Like in track meet. Anyway,
I don't know, since like May, since he started working here.
although apparently he's liked him since he started working. Okay. And we never heard about him.
Look,
You've
man.
never
Have
you
you
never told me
oh, yeah,
about
go.
him.
Why would I? Hasn't been a problem until now. Been fine just keeping all this to myself. It's so lame.
You don't have to bury those kinds of feelings. You know, there was another person you were seeing at that time that you started working here that you also could have told about this. I'm sure she would have been very able to help you through these sorts of feelings. I miss Rachel. I feel like you do that too often, Paolo.
So what is
So?
she specifically referring to here? Like burying feelings of being jealous?
Or like whatever gets him down and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember
Which
him doing that.
doesn't really happen that often,
Yeah.
except for, the one time that you did that, Daisy.
So, I'm not Abby. I don't need to make a big deal out of my emotions. Why would anyone care?
I care, Paolo. I care a lot. You can open up to me.
I told you, I'm not Abby. You don't have to treat me like it. I'm just sad, okay? Maybe.
Oh my god. his, his body increased like twice in between those two frames. I just realized.
Yeah,
It's like, why is his arm so big? Oh, it's because his arms were really small before. Or his head was way too big, rather.
Maybe it's okay to be sad and jealous once in a fucking while. And it's not like, and it's not like I want to marry the guy. I just wish, you know,
You sure you don't even want to try inviting him out somewhere? Might be receptive, especially if he's like really like into guys.
how can I be sure it's a date anyway? How,
Uh,
how can how can I be sure it's a date anyway? I just thought that. They probably hang out as friends. Still makes me jealous. I he and Mike would just. I don't like love him or anything. I like other people.
Wait. Wait a minute.
What?
Some of the dialogue get changed. Hold up. Okay, never mind. We're gonna get there. But he likes other people. Who is he talking about? Who do you think he's talking about, Amazil?
Shush you. I know how much that person means to you. I've had people like Lucy in my life too. Someone totally unachievable, where there's nothing you can do but grow up and try to get over it. It can really hurt.
Jeez. It's not who I.
Hmm?
Yeah. She's unachievable, right? Really know how to pick 'em.
We were on the verge of greatness. We were this close. He was this close to telling Daisy that it was her. But he didn't. Why? Just why? Oh boy. It's clearly Daisy. He likes Daisy. Come on. Let's be honest.
Yes. It's been hammered home like 10 times in these recent chapters. I
But
get
why
it.
doesn't he just say it? This was literally the perfect he literally was the runway was cleared, the lights were on. Why didn't he just do it? Why didn't they do it?
It's not dramatic enough. At least you know you're not alone. Maybe one day we'll find. Maybe one day we'll each find someone who isn't out of our leagues.
Yeah. Try to get used to the idea. Try to accept we're only friends. But I still wish I could deserve her love.
How is he this dumb? How does he not realize? Like, what? How? Like, and he was like completely oblivious to all of her moves in the featured attraction chapter, which just happened like 2 weeks ago in this comic. And now he's like, "Oh, I'm head over heels in love with this girl, and I don't know." And it's like, come on, what? Like, it's like the featured attraction chapter. He just like completely forgot the story of the comic. Like, I don't know, man. It's like it comes out of nowhere. It feels like it's literally out of nowhere. Like all of a sudden he's like so in love with Daisy and he wants her affection. And it's like, when have you ever? When did this get us? How did this get built up? Was it the sitting under the tree chapter? And that's when you started liking her? Like, but you never. This is why we need introspection. We need a time for Paulo to sit down and think about things and understand why he came to the conclusions. Why couldn't we have gotten like a chapter or an intermission after the date where Paulo's thinking about it? Or the movie thing, and Paulo's thinking about it and he's like, dang, I really like Daisy or something else. Just fucking anything.
Instead, we got fueling up or fuel economy.
I feel like Teshi
Just to be set up.
Teshi knows what these characters are thinking in her head, so she like forgets that people don't know how they're coming to these conclusions, and so everyone just kind of is confused.
Yeah. Anyway,
Lucy's love. Totally.
why don't we spy on him? Ah, heck,
Ugh.
heck.
Ack.
We can go undercover, sneak past the ticket collector, watch the boys, not the screen.
David, if it is a date, I don't want to ruin it for him.
Doesn't he know that Mike is with Sandy? Why would they be like, oh yeah, Mike's just gonna cheat on Sandy again and be like fine with it?
That is a good question. If everyone's working under that assumption. I guess because we can't doing the cheater joke was bad in the first volume, so we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah, but it's still cheating.
Okay, well, how about we see a movie tomorrow, all at the same time? Like that one chapter that really didn't do enough. We can
Yes.
go. We can get some culture and totally not intentionally spy on anyone. There's this new horror movie I was going to tell you to anyway. It's about this guy who loses his fucking eye in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh, you mean Plight of the Zombie? Damn, I thought that looked good. So it's settled. Movie adventure. See, you don't need to be jealous of anyone, Paolo. I'll always say yes to dating with you. Oh, that is...
Now we have Paulo and David shipping again.
God, I hate that. I hate whenever they do that eye squish. It always looks so fucking dumb or weird. Look at it. Look at that. Well, see you tomorrow. Yeah, looking forward to it. Bye. Well, that was a nice suggestion. Hopefully it's not too scary. I hope it cheers him up. At least you know you're not alone. Or wait, no. Yeah. At least you know you're not alone. Maybe one day we'll each find someone who isn't out of our leagues. Or is that? Was that Daisy's line or Palos? I don't remember. In any case, yeah. Yay.
Did you see it's Tess? It's Tess. New Tess is here. Did you see that? It's Tess. Tess
Yay.
in the modern era. Also, David's here. So when this page came out, a lot of people, 4chan and Patreon, were kind of confused. Are these all people that Daisy is jealous of, or is these people that were out of Daisy's league that she was interested in? But like obviously these are all people that Paula was interested in. But did she think Paula was interested in David romantically? And Madison's
Probably.
up here for some fucking reason. I don't even think she's seen Paulo interact with Madison a single one time.
Actually, yeah, no, because like it was Golden Hour that Paolo like tried to make the moves on her, and then found out she was gay, and then never did it again.
Yeah, and Daisy wasn't there for that, so like I don't.
She was on the phone.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess maybe Rachel fucking told her. Who gives a shit?
And Courtney's here. And Mike is here. Is this implying that Paul has feelings for Mike? But okay, so remember how it was like building up, like Paul being like really liking James, and then now it's just kind of like, no, not really. So that whole conversation in track meet was for no reason, for nothing. It didn't go anywhere. That's why even in hindsight, it was like. Well, now in hindsight, it's even more like this kind of just feels like because it was Pride Month and you were like, I got these table scraps about Daisy liking Sandy. Fuck it, we'll throw it in the comic. We won't build up to it and it won't make any sense, but fuck it, let's do it. You know where I thought that the conversation was gonna go? I thought she was gonna have a conversation with with Paulo about like, hey, you don't have to try to date or like every single person you think is cool. You can appreciate somebody, but not be interested in them. Does that make sense? She could be like, look, just because you think James is cool and you enjoy spending time with him, like, that doesn't mean you're in love with him or you like him or anything. You can just... It's like... I can compliment my guy friends and be like, hey, you're looking sharp today. But that doesn't mean I'm like, oh man, I think they're cute. I think they're good looking. You know, like the way Paula was thinking about
But if we
James.
do that, then how are we supposed to say that he's gay?
But we already did, like, several times. Like, we
No,
understood.
he has to view them as cute and breedable. Otherwise,
Yeah.
how is he supposed to be gay?
So,
What are you saying, that a gay guy can appreciate a man and like not a romantic or sexual manner?
But Teshi builds it up like that just to turn around and be like, oh well, it's not really actually like that, and it's like, what? Also, why is Paulo so extremely jealous that it's like a movie date or something? Why didn't
Yeah,
Paulo
it's
ask James to hang out at any point? Why didn't he say like, hey, let's hang out?
yeah. I
But
have no idea.
well, the reason is because James wasn't thought of back then, and that's why. Uh, so it's a double-edged sword. It's like the track team and James and all that is great, but it just wasn't thought out. So it's kind of like weird integrating it in with the rest of the comic, because then you're like, well, if these guys were so important, if James was so important to Paulo, how come we never heard of him? If Mike was so extremely important to the track team, you're telling me every single member on that track team was too embarrassed to ask Mike to join them? Every single one.
I guess so. Because they're all gay.
Well, Pesci reveals that you, the reader, are gay.
Great.
Anyway. Well,
anyway,
we read it. We read the whole comic. Didn't I say we were gonna do it? We haven't. It's not over yet. It will never be over. We're gonna be here when we're like 50 years old reading this goddamn comic, and it's gonna be Paulo and Daisy not admitting their feelings for each other for the 20 millionth time.
I'm not. Excuse you. I'm going back to my vow of illiteracy.
Well, okay.
I've already forgotten these chapters.
Oh. Well, so where do we go from here? Well, my thought process was we will wait till a chapter is done, and then we'll reconvene and do the live stream on that chapter. However, this chapter, they're only going to a once a week upload schedule, so it's gonna be fucking 6 months before this chapter is done. I wasn't expecting that. I was literally thinking in my head before this page came out that, okay, we're gonna do it like this, but now it's like it's gonna take forever. Of course, you said we were gonna do our
Business
came in on the last page. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, we did it. We reached the movie date, and Mike's here, and he's got a big butt for some reason, and he's got a bunch of chest fluff.
Yeah.
Were you here at this? So you were here at the start. Yeah, we Femboy Mike.
Yeah.
As well, the current state of affairs. So next Monday, it says next page in 2 days. Is it actually on the Patreon, or are we getting bababooed?
I don't know. Maybe
it's a pull for the mini comic. Oh wow. Okay, so the next page is ready to go. If somebody could link that to me, I'd appreciate it. No. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. That was a joke. Don't do that. That was a joke. I don't want you leaking any paid content to me. Ever.
In either case. Yay, there it is. That is BCB.
So what did you think of the entire comic of BCB?
It's you finally brought the pin back. I was wondering where the fuck when the hell
I forgot to do
that. So I'll break it down to just everything after Eternal Flame, because that's kind of where we left off. And let's see. Fuel economy, featured attraction, double down, track meet, link play. I think that you're starving. I think we're malnourished. I think this is the bad time for things to slow down in schedule. I'm sure Teshi has something up her sleeve, and that's probably what this probably not this chapter, but next chapter, if anything.
The next chapter is also gonna follow this one a week.
Maybe, who knows?
My anonymous source told me that they're working on the next omnibus and new merchandise.
Probably. That's what I would assume, especially given that, like I said, fucking the with the ending of what was it, track meet that had that. Yeah, that is certainly written to be a bookender, and so I'm sure that's what she's doing right now. And God, I don't like the direction of the way of things right now. Like, as I my problem with the track team is that it on one hand it feels a bit like dangling keys because there's so much other shit that we've have and we're not ready, or they haven't fucking we haven't primed enough in order to get to where into those subjects or whatever. I just don't know. I've especially with these last few chapters, it seems like it's certainly. I guess I appreciate that, it's kind of focused on this one conflict of Mike and Lucy again, and we do have like a direction, but it just feels like it doesn't actually go anywhere. It's just reminding us, hey, there's still a thing, there's still a problem here. Okay, good to know. We're doing anything? No, not yet. We still need to set it up. We still need to we still need to build it up. Build it up. Okay, cool. Then what will we do? Well, hey, you got these other characters. You have a bunch of potential with them. Are we going to do that? No, no. We need to build it up. We need to keep reminding you this. Oh, we need to keep reminding you that Paolo and Daisy have a thing. Oh, we're building that up. We're gonna build that up. Pump it up. We're gonna get it. Okay. Or are you gonna do anything? No, not yet. Not yet. We need to build it up. Like, come on, for fuck's sake. Like, it's a problem that I had with BCB like a long time ago when I first stopped reading, in that it just had a problem of actually resolving its setups and stuff. Like, what is the only try let's think, like, what are the only characters conflicts that have actually been resolved? And the answer, at least at least the first answer that comes to my mind, is Abby. That was it. Abby got written out. He's okay. He's okay with Paolo. They aren't like buddy, but they're okay. They're on mutual terms now. Like, all right, okay, cool. I guess it wasn't, but even that wasn't that very satisfying. It's like you certainly could have done more with them, and I still feel like there's more stuff that we could have probably talked about with Abby, but it's fine. It's fine because he doesn't even really matter. But everything else also just doesn't have much like setup and resolution, or it doesn't really feel like we're going anywhere, at least to me. I don't know. Let me read the comments.
This says
They're just talking about the omnibus, whatever. And if they end up having to reach on happy hour or whatever the drinking chapter was to follow Webtoon's guidelines, that'll likely take a while. Oh,
How are they gonna do that though? They literally have to be drunk. That's the whole point. Like, what are they gonna just be? They're gonna say, "Oh, we're so sad with sadness that we're all acting drunk."
I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? I hate Webtoons anyway.
It's funny going back to look at all of Teshi's old artwork because there's some pretty sus stuff back here. It's funny.
Oh god, it's Crotch Guy.
Hand down his pants guy. Yeah. Oh my gosh, V-back couch. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they are working on a show, or something.
I don't. No,
Maybe.
that was Look, I have watched and seen. I have seen the rise and fall of 4 people who have tried such a task.
I know. I actually found one of them on YouTube the other day. I was like, "Hey, if you're still interested, hit me up." But I don't think that was 11 years ago. He made that video, and I don't know who he was getting for like the voice lines and stuff. Look, we could live in a world where we could have our own. Lackadaisy's doing it, and Lackadaisy updates once in a millennia. So like, but the reason they're not updating is because they're working on the show.
That and also, well, I mean, Tracy J. Butler had always been very slow
Oh,
with
her
her
art's
art, but
crazy.
it's reasonable because it's just so much fucking detail and the style kind of demands it.
Her art is literally insane.
Yeah. Um. But yeah, that's
Look at this.
there's BCB.
Imagine
Right.
if BCB looked like this. That would be fucking crazy.
It would be a completely different comic. It would have a completely different. It would require a different tone. One of the reason why Tracy J. Butler's like art and the style works is because it's the problem that BCB has with its art style, and that it's like or no, it's the it goes to the problem that people have with BCB's style, with like the big fucking heads and chibi shit, and all the anime and all the uwoos. It's that the the reason why that doesn't work is what Tracy J. Butler does with Lackadaisy that works. Tracy J's art style is amazing and it's great and it works because it accentuates and complements the stuff on the page, the actual content. It it's meant to be this super fancy and art techo because it takes place in like the roaring 20s or whatever, or and when people like dress like this and and all the detail and stuff goes into setting up that world because it's a period piece, and so the world and the setting actually matters very greatly. So that sort of thing is important. It plays into that. It's and the reason, and so it's what I've said about a few times, like on my regular show about art style, and that you could have like really shitty art style, like you could do like MS Paint, but it can still work for your comic. That doesn't necessarily make it a bad comic. If you manage to make that style and that quality, that's the quality matches or complements the stuff on the page. That's why like a lot of Gag-A-Days are like simple fucking stick figures because it works for that. It's simple jokes for a simple style, or a simple style for simple jokes. The reason why it doesn't work for BCB and why I always give a shit to like the ooh woos and the emoji faces is because this isn't just a simple fucking comic. Like you're telling us to take this shit, some of this stuff super fucking seriously and pay super important detail to all this stuff, and yet at the same time tell your style is saying, oh, it doesn't actually matter, it's not that important. You're having this big dichotomy and it doesn't actually, and it would be one thing if it played with that, but it doesn't. It's just weird for the sake of weirdness, and it makes no sense. It makes zero sense.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that it's got tonal issues for a very long time. It's one of its biggest issues is its tonal issues. Just like not even beyond the artwork, the stories go from like very simple, mundane stuff to like, oh, I'm being sexually assaulted in an alley, or I'm being sexually assaulted on a track field, or I'm being sexually assaulted in a dressing room, or I'm being sexually. It's a lot of sexual assault in this comic.
Yeah.
And the characters look like this.
Yeah. Again, though, it could work, but it doesn't do enough, or it doesn't do enough, or with it. It doesn't feel like they're in on the joke. If it's supposed to be like a, oh look, we're doing like simple characters talking about like really complex things. Like that's something that a lot of adult cartoons do anyway. But the reason they work is because they play into it. They kind of, or they the visual style actually plays into that sort of thing, and it like makes fun of that in a way without like breaking the world. Here it doesn't do anything, so it's just distracting more than anything. And it's infuriating because, like I've said many a times, and I will say it forever, Teshi can do. I know that Teshi can is better than that. She is better than that. She has proven herself, but she just chooses not to because I don't even know. Who knows? Nonetheless, it's over. I can now go back to my cave of solitude and illiteracy. I will not be keeping up with this comic. I will not let you. I will not agree to reading each chapter when they come out. No.
Wait,
How?
wait, you're just done?
I look, I told you, the vow of illiteracy is not reading. I'm not look, there was a reason why I did that. Why I fucking said it in the first time. It was because, and it's also the reason why I never recommend BCB to anyone. Or I don't recommend it to people who I fear will like it for the wrong reasons. Or they'll like it too, in that they'll like it too much. Because reading this comic serially, fucking update by update, is absolute poison to me. I cannot. It's what drove me
We're
insane
not
the first time.
we're not
And
gonna read it by
I
page. We're gonna do it by chapter.
same fucking thing. It's the anticipation that bit. Oh god.
No, I get it, but like we gotta do the read streams. Like the read stream's gonna happen when this chapter's finished. That's just part of the deal.
No, I was thinking of the of a the cocaine monologue from Cheer Up Emo Kid. I was gonna ask you, you know how people get addicted to this shit or like that. Look, the thing is, I like whatever it can do it, but I don't want to fucking wait. I don't want to think in my mind, oh boy, this is happening. Oh, I wonder how it's going to pan out. I don't want to fucking worry about that. I have my own fucking shit to especially when I'm working on False Idol. Like there's so it was a reason why I got so fucking frustrated when when I realized that there was a comparison to be made between uh, Eternal Flame and a particular bit, and well, this current scene that's going on in False Idol. It's that False Idol, the whole fucking point of this comic, the whole reason I did this was because January, as happy as I am with it, as proud as I am, as good as it is, I there's a nagging voice in the back of my fucking head that's like, okay, cool. Now but how are you going to do your own thing? Would you really be able to handle your own thing instead of having to ape off of the fucking plot line of this comic and having to borrow the characters and plot lines and story conflicts? Can you do something? Try to do it again. The whole point of False Idol is that it is original. Original characters, original plot line, taking things in a completely different direction and saying what, or maybe not even in a completely different direction, because apparently there's a lot of things that False Idol does that the comic does too, But the point is that it wasn't because of the comic. It's never been because of the comic. It's because this is what I want to do. This is an original fucking story. This is just what's happening. And if the comic follows suit, that's on them. I get to say I did it first. I don't want what I'm doing to be influenced or swayed or fucking controlled by Bittersweet Candy Bowl anymore. This
But
is
your
just
characters are
things doing
still
whatever.
from that comic.
Ash isn't.
Yeah,
Dan
but
isn't. Sam isn't really.
okay, I understand
Alice
that, but
isn't.
the base is from BCB.
Yeah, that's the point of baby steps. Because that's the point of a baby step. It's a crutch. And January was getting rid of one crutch, and this is moving to the cane. This is moving to the fucking cane, and then finally getting off my fucking ass and making something regular. Like I said, I have a story already. I have a plan to. I have an exit strategy. If I wanted to, I could drop it right now and fucking do something regularly. Do my own comic. The but I don't for a few reasons. One in particular being one confidence. I don't know if my art is to the level where I'm happy enough with it and for what I needed to do or for what I need to execute. And the other thing is just oh boy. It's the people. It's for everyone who does read this serially. Bad times are ahead. It's going to be a long, long time for you people.
Oh
I do
God,
not
don't you
envy
know
you.
it? I don't know what I'm gonna
One
do.
page a week is brutal. And I want you to remember that's what I've been fucking warning you about. Every splash page, every time that it becomes way more apparent the moment you slow down and have to really look at each page. When you're this is why I said that I don't recommend it, because once you start to read it page by page and look at it a little bit deeper, you realize all these little things, you will start to see them too, and it's going to drive you fucking nuts. I don't want that. I would recommend BCB when it's done, when it's finally over and done. I will read it. I could maybe recommend it. Maybe. But until then, no, cuz I don't want people to go through this in the way that you are all about to. I I'm sorry. If you want to do something, we can't just read January and False Idol. That can be the stream.
No, that's what I was suggesting. We do your stuff next. Because January is a pretty decently long comic. It's like what 200, 300 pages.
No, it's 133 pages.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bill.
It's just very dense, which is part of the point. Um, and fun fact: right now, False Idol is with the sketch with page 122 sketched. We are 11 pages away from reaching the page where January ended, and we are only halfway through False Idol. Barely even. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, technically, 4 chapter long fucking bits that we need to get through before we are at the end.
Yeah,
So yeah.
Oh, here it is, January. Pages start at the
Oh,
beginning.
that's False Idol.
So this is January. Oodles and Noodles, Mike F minus.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good one, guys. It's traditionally drawn too. It's the best part.
It's all sketched.
7.
That was because I didn't do any digital. I never tried it. Every time I did, it didn't look right, and I was never happy with it. And so I was like, "We'll just keep it sketched." And also, that cuts the time, makes us pump these pages out fast because I want this shit out fast and done and out as fast as possible before I die.
Oh, well, hopefully that won't be for another several years.
January was written by a madman, is how I've told it.
She needs to go back to drawing the crazy, awesome picture. Look at this. I bring you love. But you guys are gonna really like January. If you guys enjoyed BCB, you're gonna really like January and Fall Cycle. It's a lot of great stuff, a lot of interesting character dives, and I think you said you lost the bench conversation with
Oh, you mean cool?
yeah.
No, I have cool.
All right, we can read that too.
That's
I-
only like 5 pages.
Yeah, but we could just like throw it in. Because I don't think I've read it. I don't think
I'm
you've
pretty
sent it to
sure
me.
I'm pretty sure I fucking posted it here. Here, I have it right here.
Whoa, Lucy's in the bathtub with him. Okay, now I understand this. Look at Sue waking up in the morning.
There. Oh yeah, it is actually just 5 pages. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm like fairly certain I've posted this before.
Whoa.
Uh,
You know what's funny? I had no idea anyone had even thought to do Sandy X Augustus until I wrote it, and then I go back through here and I'm like, oh, guess they've been doing it since 2014.
well, they ran. Well, you have all these characters. You have to fucking. You're scraping down the bottom of the barrel eventually.
See here, I stand by that crack ship. That's a good ship. Look at this
Is
picture.
it?
Yeah. It's great.
I mean,
he wants to be he does like the fashion thing with the clothes. Right? Remember that little
okay,
plot
no,
point?
that's it.
He thought his little cloaking thing was nice, and I was like, oh, that'd be cool to explore if he actually like wanted to do this for a living. But like he couldn't because of his life circumstance. But if he, once he gets with like that's something he could connect to Sandy with, and once he's with Sandy, then he will have an avenue to be able to possibly explore that side of himself. And also kind of give Sandy a more grizzled, because Sandy's very sheltered, let's be real. But to have someone who's been in the dirt and a more grizzled person to contrast against her like kind of a little bit spoiled, sheltered personality lifestyle could be fun. Look at Amaya's face in the fucking bush. She's like, oh.
Hold on. I wonder if I can find this fucking picture I drew. It was for it's all not it's all in the mind, but the one after that. I forget what it's called. The one where Mike, Daisy, and where Mike is hiding in a bush. I can't find it, but I drew a response image of that where Carter pops out of the bush. He's like, "Yeah, get out of here! This is Carter's talking bush." Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I did not realize these were actually officially on the Candy Boru.
Which?
Wow. It's the one with Paulo in a thong.
Oh, that.
What?
Doing the anaconda pose.
I didn't realize. Some of these I see on the 4chan and I think they're edits or I think like a fan made them. But like, no, Teshi actually drew these pictures. That's crazy. I mean, I'm not like, ew, that's wrong, but like, what is this? What? So they admit it's a furry comic, huh? After all these years. This is insane. How can
you know who
someone
that character is?
Yeah, I know who Vivian is. How can
Is that their
Teshi...
name?
Vivian James, yeah.
What?
Vivian James.
Huh. I never know.
How can Teshi be? Oh, look at this! I love the TF2 one. Hell yeah, Sue would 1,000,000% be a medic main. Uh, I I can't believe how Teshi could be so incredibly based, and then make the comic boring. Like all these are so interesting. Imagine if the comic was like all this crazy stuff happening. That would be awesome.
Well, these are all requests, if you remember.
Yeah, I know the requests, but like still, the fact that she did them, the fact that she didn't say no and was like, yeah, it's a cool idea. I kind of wish I wish she would let the community be more involved. They kind of hold everybody out at arm's length. I don't know what happened in the early days. Maybe some really bad shit went down, which is why they're like really strict now. But I just feel like it would be so cool if they just let it be more open, especially now that we're kind of going through a content drought. It's like, let some fans make some comics for the comic, you know? Just do something. Have a bigger team. Look at they're sleeping together. It's funny. The inevitable result of a relationship with Abby. Whoa. I like going back to these old pictures, all these pictures, even the more recent ones. Some of the recent ones have been pretty crazy. Let's see. This one right here was really good. It was like spot on to like what it's parodying. Parodying. I like this one. The Alejandro pumpkin. Trans mask Lucille. Anyway. Like how Teshi did this one, and now he's not interested in James actually. So it's like, what? This one go. Anyway, we're like burning up stream time at this point.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to, you know, any more final thoughts? That's it. Do you want to like kind of have this be the one stream this week, and then we'll pick up brand new in 2 weeks with January?
No, we can do it tomorrow. That's fine.
Right.
Off tomorrow.
Oh, this
But,
is the comic I was telling you about. Remember, I was like, oh, Teshi drew some like napkin doodle, and it was like, oh, Daisy was like, oh, I'm in love with Sandy. This is it, right here. If you're looking here, like, oh, see you tomorrow. And Daisy's like, you know, it's okay to feel these things that night. I wonder if my deep jealousy and resentment towards Sandy is because I loved her. And then the next day, I mean it. It makes sense, right? I hated Mikey in 3rd grade because I wanted her all to myself. Why wouldn't anyone? See? So it's like, this was allegedly done back in 2020.
I've always hated that fucking trope, though. Does he hate her or does he want to be her? I fucking hate you.
I need to get off my butt and do the artist spotlights, but also I'm a little hesitant because every time I like feature someone's art in a video, they're like, "Oh wow, so cool," and then everyone's like, "Ah, but he's banned, he's bad," and then they're like, "Oh," and then they get disappointed, and it's like, okay. Anyway, this is a cool picture. All right, we're gonna wrap stream up. You guys have a great day. Thanks for showing up. I can't believe we read the whole comic, and we will see you guys tomorrow when we pick up January.
I still can't believe you thought that we would be able to do this in a day.
Listen, pal, we could
That
have
was
done
the
it.
most hilarious thing in my life.
We could have done it because there was less chapters when I said that.
No, we could not.
We would have had to have